signifies a new relationship coming, or if you're in a relationship, the relationship you're in reaches a nice new level. So it's a very good sign. I'm seeing the year going to be very good for you. Money
That's
is
good.
I've got the page. Look, I've got the 8 of coins, the page of coins, and the queen of coins, and the king of coins. This is money. Money is all over your year coming up.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, you're either going to rob a bank or you're doing well. So, by the way, bank robbery is an interesting crime because it's never been worth doing, I might add.
No.
I remember back in the 70s, the first time and this is going to sound peculiar, but the first time I looked into bank robbery, I saw that the average bank robber got like $400 and arrested. Now, bank robbery, I don't know how much the average bank robber gets, but they have the highest death rate of any criminal activity. So I would have asked people to reconsider if they were going to go into bank robbery, and I shouldn't make little jokes about that, but yeah, it's not a good thing to do,
No, but it was a good joke, though.
Thank you. I think I've mentioned this before, but when I was in my teens, I was actually offered a chance to join an organized crime family by a very scary guy. Thought I would be good at it. And I have no idea why. And I thought it over. And I told him, and I'll never, this is like burned in my mind. I said, the thing is with organized crime, the hours appeal to me. The hours are good, but I don't like your retirement plan. And he just stared at me, and then he just started laughing and laughing and laughing. He said, "You're okay, kid." And I never heard from him again. So, I think I handled that one right.
Yeah.
Otherwise I'd either be, in a Martin Scorsese movie or looking up at everybody from the bottom of the East River. I don't know. But in any case, this is going to be a very good year for you. Really, really good year. Now, let me tell you this. You have some kind of new ideas that you are kicking around in your head. Is that correct?
Yeah. I had one today, but I'm just kind of about starting maybe a cleaning business when I'm done going.
Success. So I think you're on a good path here.
All right.
So you're going to have a pretty good next year, and it's laying the plans for what's going to come after that. I mean, is even greater. This is that a person who can draw power down from the spiritual realm here and make it work. So you're a very gifted, powerful person, and you're putting all that to work, and it's going to work out well for you. That's what I see for next year.
That's good.
Okay. Does that help?
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful. It's a great reading. Thanks for calling.
No problem. Thank you for everything.
Bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, the nonstop chatterbox who now and then reads cards for people. Joe in Anchorage, Alaska is next. Hi, Joe. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Joe in Anchorage, Alaska, you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
how are
beautiful.
you tonight?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. Oh, good.
What can I look at for you?
Good. Well, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I've not had this kind of a reading before, so.
Well, what would you like to, is there something you're interested in, or do you just want to see what direction the cards take us in?
Well, I was hoping to hear from the other side if I could.
Okay, I've done that. There are several cards in the deck that when I know that that's the intention, I'll shuffle the cards, and if I get one or more of those cards, then I know I'm on the right track. Obviously, one of the cards is the Death card, another is the High Priestess, which is the person who can see beyond the veil. And if I don't get those cards, I can shuffle them again, or I can just read it anyway and assume that it's a message from the other side, because I never did that before. You said you've never done this. I never did these kind of readings until I came here I'd started doing it on Ask One Radio. I'd never occurred to me to even try. And I tried, and I usually get the same kind of reading, which is interesting. So let's see what we have here. Okay, I'll cut the cards now. And okay, there's the death card. So we're going to assume that this will be a reading of the afterlife. That's fascinating. You see what I mean about the cards? I don't know how they do that. I've been reading cards since the 1980s, and I've long since given up trying to figure out how they work. So let's shuffle them up. Okay. The Knight of Cups is here. The Lover's here. These are emotional cards. There's somebody very close to you passed on, correct?
Correct. A few.
There's
actually.
Well, let's see what we can find, who we can get into here, see if there's any kind of a message from it. Yeah, see, this is a card that I always get when I do these readings. These are two cards that I get all the time, and I'll tell you what they are. The Three of Swords is a card of great sadness. Great sadness. It shows a heart pierced with swords crying. Now, is that sad or is that sad, right? The next card. Now, I get that frequently here because there's so much sadness involved when people pass on, or let's face it, die. You know, I know people shy away from that word, but there it is. The next card is the Star, which is a card of hope and optimism. And that's followed by the Four of Rods, which is a card of happiness and comfort and joy and a happy home. And now here's a card I get frequently with these readings. It's the Ten of Swords. It's somebody who was having a very, very rough time, and the bad times are over, is what that means. So the message that I get here is, we know that you feel close to us. We're very sad, too, that we're apart. But it's a hopeful time because the soul is growing. And that leads to the happiness of Four of Rods. And the Ten of Swords is about the suffering that this particular person, this particular entity went through is over. There was somebody who had a rough time before passing, correct?
My father would have.
Yeah, see, but because that is a card. I mean, sometimes that card is confused as a card of death, but it's not, and it means that the troubles are over. Six of Rods is about success. So this is generally how these readings go. There's an acknowledgement that this person is close to you, the spirit that we've contacted. There's an acknowledgement of great pain and sadness, yours and the other person too. Then there's the card of hope. Then there's cards of happiness. There's a card of this cessation of pain. That's the main thing, followed by success. And here's one I get often too, which is the Ten of Cups, which is perfected happiness. So whoever's sending you this message, the message is very clear that there's sadness here because you're missed, and they know that they're missed, but they want you to know that they're doing okay, and they're growing, and they're happy. There's happiness there. The Four of Rods and the Ten of Cups are very happy cards. And they all come after the Three of Swords, which is the sad one, which is the sad event is the passing. And everything else after that is happy. That's almost always the way these readings go, by the way. So I'm going to chalk this up as genuine.
Wow.
If you go back to the Ask One Radio archives and listen to any of my shows, you're probably going to hear a similar reading. And this is the way the cards end up going, which is, we're sad, we miss you, we're doing well, though. So it's almost like saying, don't worry. So these are good.
Wow, great.
But the pain is there. There's still, whoever this is still misses you. Let's put it that way. Because of that pain is there, but they're growing. The pain is receding in this little plane. Let me see if I can find one more card that might help out. because this kind of stuff kind of sticks in my throat. I get a lump, you know. It's just this is the Six of Cups. Now that's a fascinating card for this. The Six of Cups is about memory of years gone by. It's a card of nostalgia. It's a card, you know, if we were doing a regular, say, like romantic reading, it would refer to maybe somebody from your past coming back into your life. But in this case, we're talking about somebody who was in your life a long time and goes way back with you and has warm feelings for you. That's the Six of Cups. If you can do a search online and see what the Six of Cups looks like in several decks, you'll see it shows two happy children holding each other. Generally, so this is the message I'm seeing, which is it's somebody from your past who you've known for a long time, who's very close to you, who is saddened by being away from you, but is growing as a spirit and is doing well, is in a happy place because the pain and suffering has stopped. Okay?
Okay.
That's
well, thank you.
I hope that helps. It's like I said, these kind of readings almost leave me speechless, you know, because
they're fascinating.
Yeah, and
it has been fascinating.
And it's not the kind of thing I ever thought of doing. You know, that's because it's funny that you said you've never had a reading like this. And until I started doing these shows, and it was several years into doing the show before somebody asked me about this. And I said, let's give it a shot, you know, because, hey, I'm game, right? And that's where I realized the first thing I got was, like, you know, the death card. And that's what happened here, too.
Wow.
One more card is the Nine of Coins. That's a person who is at peace and one with themselves. So that's the message I'm getting, is that the spirit feels whole. But there's still that sadness of being apart. So that's, you know, everything else is happy. Okay?
Well, great. Well, I understand that when spirits pass over, there's a time of learning, supposedly, but there's also a great happiness of, like, being home, being whole.
Yes, and that's why I find, like I said, you can listen to all the other shows. If you pick one at random, you're probably going to hear another reading like this, and they generally follow that pattern, which is there's love, there's warmth, there's sadness, and then there's happiness. And the sadness, of course, is the separation. I'm personally kind of freaky about death. Like, I don't want to die in my sleep, for instance. You know what I mean? I want to know it's happening. You know, that's so. I'd like to experience it if at all possible, but I'm not quite ready for it now. And I've been very close to death several times in my life, and it's a very eerie feeling. And there's a history in my family that is odd. Of my mother once went to visit her mother in the hospital when her mother was dying. My grandmother was dying. And my grandmother started yelling at my mother and said, "What's the matter?" She said, "Why are you ignoring your father?" Well, this was in the mid-1970s, and my mother's father died in 1925. And her mother was saying, he's right there, and you're ignoring him. And, you know, this really shook my mother's mind. Now, I'm going to jump ahead, because not that many years ago, I think I may have told this story last week, in fact, so rather than, I'm repeating it, but I'll make it a little more brief, but I guess not everybody listens to every show. A few years back, I was in a cheap dive bar here in Hell's Kitchen, and there was a guy named Joe, and Joe would sit there and get drunk. And every once in a while, he would turn and say something to people that would alarm them. And one day, he turned and said something to me, and the bartender saw me and said, "Oh, Joe just told you something about your family, didn't he?" And I said, "Yes." I mean, Joe just said to me, and I didn't really know this guy, Joe. I mean, he was the guy who got drunk all the time. Said, "Your grandfather's very proud of the work you do." And I said, "Oh, yeah, which grandfather?" And he said, "The German one who used to be a publisher." At the time, my wife and I ran a newspaper, and he said he likes what you're doing with the newspaper. We had made a minor sensation. We were in the New York Times and on television because we had uncovered corruption in local government. So, and I said, I'm not even sure that my sister knew that my grandfather was our grandfather was the publisher of Vogue in Europe, the European Vogue. Like I said, he died in 25, so we never knew him. I mean, I'm not that old, He died well before I was born. But you see, so I'm kind of, it's kind of spooky about this stuff. And a few times I have been at death's door, and not the least of which was in 2013 when the hospital gave me an infection after supposedly routine surgery, and next thing you know, I'm in a room with like 6 other people. Everybody died, and then they would be replaced, and there was a nurse there who went berserk. She started crying and said, I didn't sign up for this, and I was the only one who lived through it because it had been made clear to me that it wasn't time for me to go, which of course I was in a great deal of pain, so God knows I wouldn't have minded going at that point. But, when the time comes, it comes. So I've been close. I've been around death. And to be able to do these readings, it kind of freaks me out a little bit. But I do them. And they follow this pattern. And I have to, I have a jokey answer. When people say, do you believe in life after death? I say, of course I do. Where do you think we are? But I don't know anymore. I'm wondering about it. I suppose there's so much evidence.
It's good to wonder.
Yeah.
And ponder. It really truly is. That's how you grow too.
Yes. Yeah. That's and growth. Each growth is in a way. Each bit of growth we do is like a death of an older version of us, I suppose. And it's just,
yes.
I have a lot of memories, by the way, which always confused my family. I have memories from things that I'm not supposed to have remembered. Like we would sit and watch movies on television when I was little, and if it took place like in the 1920s or something, and I would say, as a child, I would say that didn't happen that way, and that would freak them out. I have no idea how I knew what it was, but. Now, the question is, this gets into Rupert Sheldrake, a great scientist who I have stuff about him at my webpage, magic-works.com, my website, that memory is outside of the brain. Memory is not in the brain. He believes that there's a morphic resonance, and that's where memory lies, and we just tap into that, there's a lot to say in favor of that, because there's a lot of times we know things that we shouldn't know. It's like we're picking up somebody else's memories. So I'm just wondering where these come from. But the cards are a tool, and they show me the same thing so often that I believe me, I'm not a card manipulator. If I was, I'd be in Las Vegas instead of doing this. But I have no idea why it keeps happening, but it happens. So, that may be the subject of another book for me. I don't know. I might give it a shot. Well, I better run. I got to take a couple of more calls here. Like I said, I've been.
Okay. Well, hey, Merry Christmas and.
Thank you. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Let's get to New York.
Yeah, from Alaska to New York. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. New Year's a good time for me because my birthday is a few days afterwards. So I get to celebrate a lot. We're all shuffled up. And Purvi, right here in New York City, is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Thank you.
Hi. My pleasure. How are you tonight?
I'm okay.
Well, maybe we can make that a little better. Let's see. I'm doing okay. I've missed so many shows because I was ill that I just chatter a lot now, so I'm trying to restrain myself. But it's so great to be. I get such a burst of energy from the radio audience and talking that. Man, something. Maybe I should have done the show while I was sick. It might have made me less sick. I don't know. So let's get right to your reading before I chew your ear off with a nonstop talk. How's that? What would you like to look at?
I would like to look at my love life.
Okay. Let's see if I can shuffle that up and see what we get. Interesting. Right now you're in a pause. There's a pause here. That's the Four of Swords. Four of Swords is like nothing much happening, really, but you're going to enter a period. Yeah. I'm going to say this as delicately as I can. You're going to enter a period of great sensual delight, okay? Because that's the Nine of Cups.
A period of what?
Great sensual delights.
Okay.
I mean, all kinds of, enjoying all kinds of good pleasures, and I mean, it's a very good sign. I mean, there's only one warning, which is that people are going to be envious of you. And that's not terrible, but it's just you're entering a period of great, almost luxury and exciting feelings and romance and it's. I'm trying to keep this as decent as possible, and success. It's going to be a very good period for you. I mean, you're going to go from a period of the Four of Swords, which is nothing happening really, just waiting for something to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to hear that because I feel like I've been waiting forever.
Well, according to this, that waiting period may be coming to an end because there's a lot of, like, here's the Four of Rods, which is about happiness and joy, and there's the card of the Sun, which is health and growth and healing and happiness. It's a very bright time, like the Four of Swords, the period of waiting is kind of dark, but there's a bright time coming for you. Now, here's something that's interesting. There's somebody who's interested in you. This is how I always interpret that card. The Four of Cups. It shows a person looking at three cups and doesn't notice a fourth cup off to the side, being handed out from a cloud, which means it's mysterious. Then that generally means there's somebody who's interested in you, but that person hasn't made these feelings known yet. So keep an eye out. There may be somebody around you who's just a little shy, but see, now, here it is. Here's again the Ace of Cups. That's the beginning of romance, happiness, joy. All these cards show me that there's a period of great enjoyment and happiness coming your way shortly, because I've got the Eight of Rods here, which means it's on the way. So this all comes after that card about waiting. So that waiting period is about to end. That's the way I look at it. I mean, these are all really good, happy, solid cards. And the thing is, there's a preponderance of cups, and cups are about the heart and emotions, and that should be good for you.
Well, I just have waited so long that I am seriously concerned about, fertility.
Yeah, well, let me see what I can show you. There's cards for that too, which is like, okay, this is a little bit of this is pushing it along. Okay, the Page of Cups is the same thing. The Page of Cups is the appearance. It's not theoretical. Like if it was the Knight of Cups, it would be a theoretical thing. The Page it's right here. It's down to earth. It's real. The Empress, believe it or not, that's the card I was hoping to find. The Empress is a card of fertility. If you look at many tarot decks, you'll see it shows a woman surrounded by fruit and vegetables, and wheat. This is all about making things grow. It's a card of fertility. It's a card that a lot of people don't want to see, by the way. But You mentioned that, and there it is. Now, the Three of Cups is here, which is also a card. A Cups, again, all these cards are about romance and emotions and feelings. The Three of Cups indicates in this kind, that traditionally indicates in this kind of a reading that it's somebody you're going to meet through friends.
Oh, okay.
So, but keep an eye, because I'm sure that there's somebody around you who's interested and hasn't let you know yet. So,
well, my problem is I don't ever feel drawn to or interested in anyone. I feel like I'm not in a place where I'm allowed to grow.
What is stopping you, do you think?
No, I mean with the person.
Oh, okay. Well, it can be hit and miss. I mean, I was married once, and it didn't even last 2 years. Married again, and we're heading into 40 years now. So.
Oh, wow.
You keep trying. Either I've developed I've either developed a severe lack of curiosity, or we hit it off very well. So who knows? But you see, now here you go. The High Priestess is here. That's an interesting card. That shows that you're a person of deep intuition, feeling, spiritual depth. And I think that card then showing up now is telling me to let you know that you should trust your feelings. And don't, if you don't feel drawn, then you're not, right? So I just think that this, I'm almost speechless, because this next card is about what I was going to say. The next card fits in with what you want. The next card is the Ten of Cups. That's about happiness in a home, and it shows people with children and everybody. It shows you're going to attain that. When the time comes, you'll attain it. Okay? But go ahead.
No, so you can finish.
No, the period of waiting is coming to an end. Is the way I see it. In fact, the tower.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have the tower struck by lightning here, which means it could end fast. And now here's the star. The star is also another card of fertility. It's about hope and optimism, but it shows a little bird in a branch in a tree, and that is generally believed to be representative of the soul of the child about to be born. So there are 2 cards here showing fertility, and many cards showing happiness. It's coming your way. It's just taking longer than you want, obviously, but it's coming your way, okay?
Well, I think that it's interesting that you mentioned home, because that has been, it's a long story. I won't go into all the details, but that's been a very, like kind of the bane of my existence. I feel like it almost feels like my life is just survival mode. I'm surviving, and that's it.
Well, I see that changing. Do me a favor, because I've got to run, and I need to try to get in another call. But go to askoneradio.com tomorrow, or anytime after tomorrow, and listen to this call, and listen and picture the cards, because I'm telling you, this is what you're looking for is coming. Okay. I mean, I've got it right here again, which is the 10 of coins, which is all about that.
Okay.
The 10 of coins is about it. Okay, so I've got to run.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Bye now. And Julie in Apache Junction, Arizona is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there.
Hi, Julie. Let's see if we can get you in here. We've got a few minutes left. What can I look at for you?
Relationship.
Okay. Let's shuffle them up. Oh boy. Are you married? Because if not, you're going to be.
Yes.
How's that?
I
Are
am.
you married?
I am.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. That's the first thing the cards, because it's kind of odd when there's a reading and they want to know about relationship. And I say, oh, you got a great relationship coming your way. And I find out the person's married. But the card I got is the Hierophant, which is a card of marriage, which tells me that you're in a relationship now, in a marriage. The Sun is here. That's a card of healing and health and growth. Have there been things that you had to work out in this marriage that have been like...
Somewhat, yes.
Yeah, well, this is telling me, and that's followed, by the way, by the Three of Swords, which is a card of sadness. So what I'm getting is that there have been some problems in the marriage. There's a good chance it'll work out. The High Priestess is here, which I just had for the previous caller, which indicates a very spiritual and intuitive person. So you know what's going on. You feel it, and you should go with your feelings. But what I'm seeing is that your relationship is entering a new phase. The Six of Swords is here. That's getting from where you are to where you want to be. You don't have to tell us what that phase is. Whatever, there's something you want, and you're going to go after it, and you're going to get it. That's the way I see it.
Awesome.
The Ten of Swords is here. The Ten of Swords means that the bad times are over. It looks to me like you're working your way through it. Whatever way this goes, it's going to be best for you. How's that?
Okay.
But
Sounds good.
you see, the Death card is here, which doesn't mean you're going to die. It just means that the one phase of your life is coming to a close and another phase is beginning, which is why I say there's changes coming. And that's followed by the Six of Swords, which tells me that the change that's coming is the change that you want. And it's a change that you actively want and are working toward. So whatever, then, like I said, you don't have to get too personal with everybody listening. But what I'm seeing here is you know what you want. You're working on getting it. Here's the Three of Rods, which is waiting for results. And you're very spiritual because that not just the High Priestess, but I have the Magician card here. And of course the Hierophant, which is the card that led me to believe that you were married, which was, that's also a spiritual thing. So there's a lot at work at play here. It's not a simple situation, but you're going to get what you want and you're working at it and it's showing up. Okay?
Awesome.
I will light a candle.
You.
I'll light a white candle after the show to send you some positive energy. How's that?
That would be amazing.
Okay, I'll do that. I've got to run now.
Okay. Thank you for taking my call.
I'm saying, I'm convinced I was here in the 1920s and the teens. One day I'll tell you how I was injured in World War I, long before I was born this time around. But that, as they say, is for another day and maybe even for another book. But until we meet again, I just want to remind you, my website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And that has 103 or 4 pages of fascinating stuff. mojoacademy.org. There's a book there that will change your life. And seriously think you might want to consider one of those books there. There's loads of books about all kinds of esoteric subjects. You can even learn how to hypnotize people. So I got to get out of here in 8 seconds. So remember, what you are, I almost got that backwards, right? What you are is the universe's gift to you. What you become is your gift back to the universe. See you next week. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Universal Mechanic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good day to everyone, wherever you are in the world, on this 26th of December, the day after Christmas. Energies have been all over the place and weird for everybody. Christmas is a heightened time anyway, with emotions, where people get together this time of year. But also on the 26th today, and in actual fact, in about half an hour's time, Eastern Standard Time, is the full cold moon of December, the last full moon of the year, December the 26th, 2023. And it's a Cancer moon, so it's full of emotions, bringing up old habits, old traumas, old triggers, teaching you to learn about them and to move on. For everybody. I know I have been. And I just wanted to say what's going to happen and what you've got to deal with and what everyone's dealing with at the moment. Obviously, the details are different and everyone's lives are different. But I'm going to say this, read this out. It comes from Bustle. The year is quickly winding down, but before we can say goodbye with champagne flutes and flashy party fits, we have to face the final lunation of 2023. The full cold moon arrives on December 26th at 7:33 Eastern Time in La Luna's home sign of Cancer, where it feels most comfortable. But because the water sign has a reputation for being weepy, sentimental and tender-hearted, your year-end celebrations may stir up emotions and tears than usual. As the last full moon of 2023, its power will be undeniable. It may sound unsettling, but it's actually the perfect storm of energy for this last time of year. And once you know the spiritual meaning of the December full cold moon, you'll understand why. Full moon phases occur at the end of each lunar cycle, which is why the monthly event is often associated with closing chapters and letting go of things that no longer serve you. Luckily for you, this full moon is conveniently timed with the end of the year, which will make completing this cycle feel that much more deserved. That said, the significance of this lunation goes beyond its placement on the calendar. A head astrology, Catherine Gerdes, shares what you need to know about the full cold moon so you can use the celestial event to propel you into 2024. So let's get spiritual, shall we? If it wasn't obvious, the cold moon is named after the winter season, which is fitting because La Luna will be arriving just a few days after the winter solstice occurs on December the 21st. But because the moon will be in Cancer, emotions will be running high enough as it is. But according to Gerdes, Chiron will also be ending its retrograde and moving direct on December the 26th, which means you can finally begin to heal from painful past experiences, but not before shedding a few tears first. Because Neptune will be squaring Mercury, you might be forced to confront one uncertainty as well, which can be a scary feeling going into the new year. Seeing through the fog and communicating clearly could be obstacles, and we can feel a bit more sensitive, say Gerdes. Even the most stoic person you know could break down in tears this holiday season. So if you start to feel a sting behind your eyes after answering the question, are you seeing anybody, for the 5th time, you might want to remove yourself from the situation before you make a scene. How do we navigate this cold moon energy? There's about to be so much energy coursing through the sky this lunation, and thankfully here are a few things you can do to make the cold moon power work in your favour. For starters, Gertie's recommends channeling your inner Cancer and tapping into your intuition, preferably near a body of water so you can do some much needed reflection before the end of the year. Feeling our feelings can come naturally, and honoring our emotional needs can be the medicine. The moon will also be trining fellow water sign Pisces during this time, which means spirituality and introspection will be illuminated. For Gerties, now is the time to honor your self-awareness and consider how leading with feelings has led to your current circumstances, so that you can start the new year with a clear mind and a new perspective. Lastly, because Jupiter is forming a sextile with the moon, sensitivity will be an all-time high. Don't let your reactions get the best of you, though. In fact, use the time to explore why you connect the way you do. The more clarity we get on our emotions, the more control we have over them. The 2024 version of yourself will thank you for the lessons you'll learn this lunation if you use this time wisely. Now, I read that earlier today and I wanted to say it because it reminded me of my lessons and things that I have to let go of. And I sadly allowed my reactions to overcome me. I allowed my own energies to overcome me, and I've lost a lot of faith and despondence. But I know that's all me, and it's all me that's got to deal with it. Even if it's other people's energies. I allowed those energies to change me and who I was over the years, whether they're triggers, traumas, personal or childhood traumas. And I have to realize that those traumas, triggers and all that we all have and we all do, we have to look introspectively to see the behaviors that we exhibit because of them. I also have to consider others and love and consideration, but in doing that, you have to tell the truth. No matter how hard, no matter how bad it may be, no matter how bad it may make you look. But the truth is always in your heart. And I can spend time and waste time looking around and saying it's because of this full moon or because of that phase or because of this energy or this trigger or that trauma. And I could be right on all of them. But I have to stop and look at what behaviors that creates in me, what triggers that creates in me. How do I think? How do I feel? And then I have no right, no matter what has happened to me, no matter what I feel, I don't have a right to inflict those energies or those behaviors onto other people. Communication, people. The human race and the human speech, whatever language you speak, is one of the worst known forms of data transfer that there ever is. There's not enough words to describe how we all feel when we're trying to talk to people. And that's why we have to talk more. That's why we have to communicate with each other and understand the feelings and the emotions and everything that's going forward and why the energies are what they are. We live in a world of mediums and psychics, but not everybody, not every medium or psychic can know exactly. They can feel your energy, they can feel deceit, they can feel holding back, they can feel love, they can feel pain, they can feel every emotion that you'll be feeling, but they won't know the details. And we're all fall into this trap hoping that we'll find someone or be with people or a group of people, friends or partners or family or whatever, that will understand us without having to explain. But sometimes that doesn't happen. Sometimes explanation is needed. Sometimes communication is needed. And I found every time you talk and you open up, even if you don't want to, you can find the answers. Even if you're not looking for answers and you just want to sound off, we all need to talk to somebody. To explain, to understand, to learn. Now, I've made mistakes in my life and I've hurt people, I've lost people, all through my own actions, and I take ownership of them. and I will continue to take ownership of them. But we as individuals are the only ones who can change this earth and this planet. We as individuals are the only ones that need to take responsibility and understand we need to change the energy. We need to change how we think and how we feel and become an inspiration to others and walk around feeling happy so we can inspire others and be the light. We can't expect presidents and prime ministers and governments to change things because they never will. And we always sit there and say, how lowly old me, how can I change things? I'm a nothing, I'm a nobody, how can I ever affect things? Well, you can. By changing who you are. Not because you're a bad person or because there's anything wrong with you, but that's what we have to do as humans. We have to evolve and grow. And it's painful and it's tearful and it's ripping out bits and pieces of your soul. But we have to go on that journey and discover those things and improve ourselves as people and move forward constantly, even if that means letting people go or letting situations go. So in this time of the full moon, it's a good time to set new intentions. It's a good time to set new boundaries and new loves and new wants and desires. So before you do tonight, guys, sit down, connect with your heart, connect with your soul, and listen to that silent voice and intuition deep inside you. And ask the universe, ask God, ask Spirit, ask whoever it is that you believe in. And truly feel and believe that that will happen. And I wish every soul that walks this earth that they find the happiness, they find the love, they find the peace within them, that no matter what's going on in their lives, that they're happy and that they have strength and that they will be able to deal with it all. And to find people that can support you and love you the way that you deserve. So you have a pair of hands and arms that can catch you when you fall. Find those people that make you happy. Find that energy in those souls that make you feel like you can believe. Find that support and love and connect and feel the love that everybody has. And feel the love that all the battles that everybody fights. You may be in a 40, 50-year-old relationship or marriage right now. And that person will not know every battle that you're facing inside your mind, but they love you. Look at that person sat opposite you right now. That person that's opposite you in your life, who's there for you, good or bad. They love you. And they want you to be happy. And they want you to smile and laugh and feel joy. They want you to be able to go on walks and see the birds fly in the sky and feel that simple feeling of joy, of seeing something so beautiful. That person sat next to you wants to wrap their arms around you and let you know how much they love you. So remove all our fears. Remove all our worries and open up and show people the love you have for them. Support them. Let them know that everything's going to be okay and that some of the decisions, although may be wrong, are understandable. And everything is repairable. Everything is changeable. But also, if it's the end, wish people well. Wish them well with love. And find your own path and be happy. All our arguments, all our fears, all our worries and stresses are all caused by ourselves. Yes, situations happen that cause all these pain. But find the peace. Find the acceptance of what your life is in this moment. Accept the people that are there. And find a resolution. And if you cannot, and you know deep down in your intuition it's the end, then you find your new path with new people. And you wish everybody well. We're all souls here and energy in a human experience. And we are sometimes inspired to make decisions, to take different paths and different avenues. And sometimes that causes pain and disruption to you and to others. But if that's what's meant to be, then that's what's meant to be. So no matter how short or long people are in your life, you have to stay true to you. You have to connect with your soul and your solar plexus, your own energy, your own spirit, and work through what you're here for. Sorry for rambling on, guys. I hope I didn't bore you too much. But I've got Jean in Macon, Georgia, USA, online. Are you there, Jean?
Yes, I am. Hello.
How are you doing this season, holidays, darling? You okay?
Doing well, thank you. Yes.
I can actually feel a little bit of joy in your life. Am I right in thinking something's happened over the last couple of weeks that's really uplifted you?
Actually had the opposite effect, but I'm feeling more uplifted every day.
But do you understand that something's happened to you that brought you to this stage where you're feeling uplifted today?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
And you're working
it was a
through.
Breakup.
I understand that. I understand completely. And you're trying to, we all go through that, don't we? That initial breakup where we try and fill the void and suddenly habits change. You can't do what you once did and things are different. They're not once, and it can be really quite disconcerting. It makes you feel like a whirlwind. But I will say to you though, darling Jean, that just through your voice and your energy, it feels like you're through that whirlwind already. To a certain extent, you may still have ups and downs.
Yeah.
You feel that deep positivity within you, and you know what's happened was the right reasons and the reasons why it's happened. Would that make sense?
Yes, somewhat. I'm still trying to understand it, but I think I just figured it out. Yeah.
You did just figure it out. Stand. Had that epiphany moment just then, yeah?
Yes.
I understand.
So,
I understand. Do you know, I'm being told though, I know things have changed, but would you understand I'm being shown that not just in your personal relationship, but I feel that there's going to be a different path with your career as well, or your job. You're going to be doing something completely different next year.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
And I feel that this, what's happened to you recently is it's almost like they've removed barriers for you, as painful as they may have been initially, but they've removed barriers for you that now next year there's going to be things that you're going to be able to do that you once wouldn't be able to do.
Yes, I think I was caught up in the relationship and not meeting my personal goals.
Yeah, I understand that. And would you understand that in the next month or two as well, they're showing me that this new career path that's going to come your way next year, I do feel I'm being shown that January and February particularly, you're going to have to learn some things about it, or they're going to be bringing things your way that are going to allow you to learn or research or get more into whatever this new career path it is you want to do. And I will be honest with you, I do feel that there's a spiritual angle to it as well. I do feel that there's something along those lines, or it's going to be a spiritual path of some kind, or your spiritual path. But I do feel that there may be workshops or educational things or whatever, but I feel January and February there's going to be things that you're going to have to learn, or things that are going to come your way that you will do, that will teach you, and it'll make you more you'll be more confirmed in your own mind. That's what it is I want to do, so when the opportunity comes along you can then take it with both hands.
Yes, 100%.
2 seconds. I do feel that they've... And would you understand, I got a lady connecting with me and she wants to say straight away, you didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay. It was, I do feel she's showing me, although I feel you emotionally had the hardest time of it, I am being shown and told that yeah, you didn't do anything wrong. You need to still, although you feel like you're coming out the other side of it, there's still parts of you that feel that you've done something wrong. And I'm being shown, no, you didn't. It was just two people that shouldn't be together.
Yes. I understand that totally, yes.
And I know it's a cliche, darling, and most people won't feel like this at the moment. But I do feel that there will be somebody else coming in. I get June, July time. Around that time, I feel that your heart will be healed enough that you'll be able to accept, the new energy that comes in.
Yeah, exactly. A few people trying to come in now, but I'm just taking my time.
I understand, but I do feel you need to take, you're right on that, you need to take your time, and I think it's June, July time.
Yeah.
Is about the time when I feel that you'll be ready. But one thing I would say, darling, you're saying there may be, new energy coming in and everything else like that. Be honest. Be honest with that other person that you won't be ready until June, July time, or 6 months, a year, whatever. Be honest. Let them know exactly where they stand. And also understand as you move forward with this other energy, even if you're just friends, understand that they will get emotions. So if the emotions change or you grow closer to them, but you're still not ready, still be honest with them, still tell them that you're not ready.
Yes, and that's exactly what I've been doing with the people that I meet. I let them know.
Okay. Well, good. I don't mean to lecture you. I'm not telling you if you are or not doing it. And if you are doing it, that's wonderful. And that shows you have a good heart, a good, honest, true heart. But all I'm saying is I do feel that there will be emotional moments coming up as well, because people, without them meaning to, people will sometimes expect more than we can give. And we also fall into the trap ourselves of giving too much. And like you said earlier, you gave too much to the point that you were forgetting your own personal goals.
Yeah.
I understand. So I understand how you feel completely. But be honest and true to you. So all the way along, even if someone wants more, be honest and true and say, no, I can't give you more. Or if you are prepared and say, but heal you first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I've been doing, just trying to sit with the pain and let it burn up and trying to not, because I meditate a lot. That's just about all day, every day. But as soon as I come out of that, I start feeling kind of lower vibrational energies again. So lately I've been just doing silent meditations where I just feel the pain and not try and block it and let it burn out that way.
Okay. Do you understand? When you meditate, do you know where that feeling is in your body physically? Do you know where it sits? Does it sit in your chest, in your stomach? Where? What chakra?
You mean the pain or the good feeling?
Yeah, the pain and the feeling and all that.
In my heart chakra.
Okay. When you next meditate, try this, darling. You sit down, close your eyes, and take 3 deep breaths in through your nose and out through your mouth, and get yourself to that place that you get to when you normally meditate. But then when you open up your mind's eye and you visualize in your meditation, open up all your chakras as you do and allow the energy to flow through and clear any blockages you may have. But then concentrate on your heart chakra, and then imagine that you're seeing a very small pinprick of light coming out of your heart. And I want you to just concentrate on that small pinprick of light. And as you concentrate on it, you see that it gets bigger and bigger, stronger and stronger, brighter and brighter. And I want you to keep on visualizing it and looking at it until eventually this light grows, and it grows and it consumes your whole heart, your whole chest, till eventually your whole body, your whole being is just this beautiful beam of divine white light. And it will push away all those feelings. And then the following day, the day after, those horrible low vibrational feelings will come back because of how you're feeling and what you're going through. And you have to remove them again. And you have to keep doing it and doing it and doing it until you feel better.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm actually doing it now while I'm talking to you. It's really, really uplifting feeling. Lately,
Good.
my spirit guides have been showing me this diamond around my heart chakra. Really huge diamond.
I'm pleased for you, darling. I'm pleased that you're feeling that energy that I'm trying to give to you, that I'm trying to give out to you, that spirit are also letting you know they're around you. And you have the strength to do this, Jean. You have the strength to become the person that you wish to be.
I appreciate that so much. Thank you very much.
And we make mistakes, and sometimes we hurt people by what we say and what we do. But learn from those things, learn how people hurt us, and learn from it and move forward and become that person you've always wanted to be, Jean.
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. You answered my questions without even me asking. I was going to ask you about a finance and about my the feelings that I've been having. And thank you for being so intuitive.
You're welcome, sweetheart, anytime. You take care, sweetheart, and I wish you well. You take care, Jean, on your journey. Thank you, Jean, for calling.
I will. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
too.
You take care. There we go, guys. Keep moving forward. And this is a full moon of energy that can allow us and help us release the old and bring in the new. Whether that's mental, emotional, or physical, or people around you. Remove the old and bring in the new. Feel free. Find your happiness. Find your laughter. And find your joy. Wake up every day and wish for the brightness and the happiness that every day brings. The kingdom of God is within you and all around you. It's all about you, guys. It's all about ourselves. So I wish you all well. I wish you the happiest of New Years. I wish you the best 2024. And I love you all. Goodbye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, hello there. Hi, and Merry Christmas to you. We've got the amber crystal ball here that we're going to use to connect through to your lives and see what's in your future. And we have the candle. Now, I said to you last week that we would be using the candle live to connect through to spirit, those loved ones in spirit that we miss at Christmas time, times like this. So we're going to be experimenting a little bit and asking you to look into the candlelight, if you can see that there. Think about your loved one who's passed over. Maybe it's a mum or a dad or a grandparent, close friend, or family member, auntie, uncle, but have a little think about that particular person who's special to you and look at the candle flame. Think about your particular spirit and make a wish. Just make a wish. Silently to yourself or out loud, doesn't matter, but make a wish. I'm going to make a wish for lots of peace and happiness, as we all want, and abundance here in the new year, and our dreams to come true, but also making a wish for spirit to come through to us, maybe in our dreams, perhaps as a sign. Maybe we can look for a sign. And in the next few days before we reach the new year, that veil gets very thin. So expect a message, expect a signal, expect to have something a little bit more special in your life. And make a wish yourself for your future and for your loved one in spirit to come forward. So I'm going to put the candle down because we're also going to be using some cards. And of course, my crystal ball, which is fabulous. You know, this one here is the rose. It's not the rose quartz this time. I use the rose quartz. This one is amber. It's all about prosperity, citrine, those lovely shades of honey. And this is what I use at psychic events because this is a honey crystal. So when we look into the honey crystal, you will be able to see lots and lots of different inclusions. Let me show you just there. I wonder if you can see all of those inclusions right in the center of that honey shade. And when we look into the crystal, we're looking for a symbol, really. It could be a universal symbol like a star or a moon. And it could also be an initial. Last week we had V, and lo and behold, we had Vanessa that came through. And this time, I want you to think about yourself and think about all of the things that you want to see happen in your life. Make a wish too onto the crystal ball. We'll come back to that in a little while. Well, I hope you've all enjoyed Christmas as much as I have. It's been a fabulous time with family and friends gathering together and just sharing some special moments. We don't often have time to do that, do we? But here is the selection of cards that I'm going to use here. And this I use in my readings, which are email readings, and also live readings with you, which we can do on Skype or on FaceTime or on WhatsApp video. We can do those different methods to be able to get that connection between you and me. So it's just the same, really, as you being right in front of me. Same applies with emails as well. These are my Victorian cards. I often use these because they really do hold very, very nice pictures here of everything from the past centuries that we've all lived through, to see if there's any recognition, I think, from that sort of lifestyle to today's lifestyle. So it's really quite a reflection of everything that has gone by, but still, very importantly, bringing in all of those treasured aspects of human frailty. We're all very soft and mushy, as well as being hard and confrontational. We've got all of the different elements of being a human being shown here. And we use these as clairvoyants and mediums as a trigger. Just going to shuffle these cards now. And we use them as a trigger really to bring in that very different opposition, which is the opposition of what is in our reality today and what is going to happen in that future pathway that I'm looking for in your cards, in the connection to you, and also in your crystal ball. So we see it. We use all of these different triggers. And now that you've made your wish, I want you to think about that wish over the next few evenings, just before you go to sleep at night, and watch for your dreams. Maybe make a few notes of what's going on in your dreams, because I do feel that there's going to be messages that come to you and some very, very special opportunities as well that maybe you want to grab a hold of. So when we get that sense of odd dreams or waking at night, usually it's that message from spirit that's coming through. Maybe angels, maybe some loved ones. Perhaps it's your own dreams about who you want to be and what you want to do next, and who is the most important person to you in this world. So do think long and hard about spirit just before you go to sleep in the next week. You can always message us here at A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, because what you can do is let us know. Let us know, and we can share it then. We can share your messages, your experiences with what has happened in these next few days before we get to the new year. So we've got Beth in Louisiana, who is now on the line. Hello, Beth. Hi. You're through to Eleanor Grace, and I'm shuffling my cards for you straight away. So, Beth, let's have a look and see what is coming through for you. Are you there, Beth? Hi.
Yes, ma'am. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very good. I'm here in London, in the United Kingdom. So, let's see. We haven't got snow this year, which is really quite good. We're all very pleased when we don't get snow. Okay, where are we now with you? You've got this lovely, lovely card that's come through here from the Victorian cards. Now, this is a card that sort of indicates that you're at a bit of a crossroads, and this is really what I feel for you. There's a man here, you're wining and dining, so you've certainly got a man in your life, and that's something that you need to be thinking about, because you don't often. I have a feeling that your sense of who is around you is not quite what you want them to be. Some frustration, some difficulties, and it's almost like everything in a moment could be destroyed. Is that how you feel, Beth?
Yes, kind of, sort of. I don't have a man in my life. I have a woman in my life.
Okay, well, it will always come through in the cards as one sex or another. Yeah, because they're very ancient. We all really ought to do a modern set now to reflect everybody, but it doesn't do that. However, here is the lady. So this, I feel, is your dilemma, right? This feeling of devastation that everything could just be awful all at once, really. And now you've got a sort of time where you have to think very long and hard about what you want to do about that. So you've already said that your relationship has sort of diminished. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, here you go. Now, this is the High Priestess. It's a wonderful lady who really operates just under the surface. So, you're going to get a contact from this lady here. I don't necessarily feel as though it's somebody that you know already. It may be an online contact, or it may be somebody that's on the periphery of your life, but she's there. And that's what's important. The next card that you've drawn is one of speed. So I'll show you these two here. The High Priestess coming into your life with a lot of energy and a lot of speed. But there is here a little word of warning. And that is a warning of be careful how much you immediately want to trust this lady. I think you have got trust issues anyway, but I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about her here and how she will have an impact onto your life in a way that is not necessarily what you would describe as one of complete trust. So you have to use your own instincts here. Very much the party girl. And so are you. You like a good time and you like to, I don't know, speed it up a bit and sort of make sure that your experiences are vibrant. They're not just so-so and let's go for a coffee or a drink. You really want a bit of drama attached to your life. I think it attracts you and you like that sensation as well of being engaged and living and having powerful emotions. Would that describe you, Beth? Because I feel that this is so strong in you and I don't want to let it go. I don't want you to give up on that real sense of who you are or having to adapt to somebody else's expectations of who you might be. So would that describe you, do you think, Beth?
Yeah, I'm thinking that would more describe her, but I mean, I don't particularly care for drama, but that's
it's
her life.
Not drama. Yeah, maybe it's not drama in the sense of you sort of creating drama. I think you just like things to be vivid and you want to be engaged in life. You want to love and you don't want to feel as though you're not trustworthy. So that's what I have here.
Right,
and
right, yeah.
Just do you see the difference? It's not dramatic for the sake of it, but you are drawn to an energizing type of life. I think that's the expectation that you have. You won't settle easily for any sort of major compromises, which is why you're standing as the person that you are today. Now, here you have the Ace of Cups. This is a new love coming into your life. It is the High Priestess. It is somebody who is spiritually connected, but it's also a person who is quite dynamic and full of love and energy. After that, you have another Ace card here. And this Ace card is all about bringing in happiness and creative ability. Two aces at once, though, will mean that your life is going to change, Beth, quite considerably. One with a relationship and one with yourself, and that's work, and that's opportunities around work for you. And not making life hard work. That's really what I have to say to you. It's time to bring in different expectations, smoother, less hectic, having that sense of style that is so much you, and you wanting to be romantic, very romantic, and very free to do that. The word of warning, though, with the High Priestess being the lady that's coming into your life, is a little bit more about look out, just watch your own sense of being, watch your own common sense as well, and try to very, very much get yourself in the right lane, in the right pathway. So, Beth, I think that 2024 is going to be a wonderful year. It starts with a new relationship. It starts with a big, big bang of looking at your creative energies. Connecting through to spirit as well is important for you. But there's an opportunity for your career that is right ahead, right in front of you. I think you should take it. So watch out for that. And all the best to you, Beth. Okay, well, let's welcome Alicia onto our show. Alessa, is that how you pronounce your name? Alyssa. We've got three different versions already. Hi, it's Alyssa, is it? Hello. Happy to speak
Hello.
to you, Alyssa. Hi, I'm Eleanor Grace, and I'm here in London, in the United Kingdom, and we're at Christmas time, yay! So I hope you've had a wonderful few days. I'm bringing in the crystal and also the candle here for you, because I feel that it's a loved one with you. I want to sort of share with you here. Now, Alyssa, I'm getting a lady who's in spirit who really wants to say to you, look, just hang on, will you? Clear the decks, clear your pathway, because there's wishes and dreams coming true here for you. I've got a big capital C. I feel this is a very generous lady who's in spirit, and she's wanting to sort of brush aside lots of problems or worries or concerns that you might have and really allow you to grow. So there's work to be done for you, Alyssa. You will need to focus on to creating an image representing you of a hardworking lady, somebody who is professing her skills very powerfully, somebody who can be trusted as well, and a person who is delightful company, really great to be with. But as well as all of those wonderful things, you are also very specially connected to spirit here. So you will have that ability to reach out to spirit through your dreams perhaps, or just by meditating. But you do know when spirit is around. Is that true here, Alyssa?
Yes. Is the person that with me, is his name Carlos?
Well, I had a big initial of C, didn't I? So yes, bring your feet back in. Is that C for Carlo? Yeah.
Yes, that's my uncle. Oh my goodness.
Okay. Well, he's the one that is saying this to you. It's coming through me as a medium. I'm just trying to get this candle now into focus. There we go. He wants to talk to you about how you can change your life for the better, how many opportunities are going to be coming your way, and that you need to listen to some signals, because I think that Carlo, your uncle, has been trying to get through to you in your dreams, because you do have a good psychic connection, but it's meditating in your dreams. It's that subconscious state that he gets through to, and that's where you need to reach him. And he will give you answers about any questions that you have. And there is one question, big question about a man in your life at the moment, isn't there? You're wondering, I think, a little bit why you're not being treated any better. Is that true? Do you feel as though you're not being treated too kindly?
I'm not in a relationship. I was, but it ended.
And was that quite abruptly and very unkind? Because this is what I'm getting from your uncle, that something was very unkind, that you were treated unwell. Yeah, okay. I think he booted him out. I think he got rid of him for you. Not in a sort of dreadful sense, but just made things awkward, made things difficult. Perhaps, I don't know how that happens, but I've seen it happen so many times where, individuals, they're negative, they need to be removed from your life, and suddenly they're taken, not into any drastic or tragic means. I'm not doom and gloom about it, but they suddenly move on, and new positive people come into your life in place of that person that's been very negative. And I feel that this is what's happened to you. So we've got the candle there, and I'm just now going to take an angel card, because I feel that this is what you in fact need. So I'm just taking a little selection here so we can have a look. Just for you. Let's see what we've got. Within the next few weeks, let's move this, that way. There we go. Within the next few weeks here, there we go. pull it away so you can see. You will have a dream that sort of comes true, something that you have been wishing for a very long time. And this is like utopia. This is you actually getting the job that you want, new friends, new friendship groups are coming your way, and also this new guidance as well from this one particular person who does bring in within the next few weeks. There we go. And that's somebody who brings in pleasures and genuine emotion for you. So this is a message from your uncle, and Carlo is just so very pleased to see you. Wants a message to his brother as well. And there's a baby here. There's a baby here somewhere. He wants to tell you about a baby that, and it will be a boy. There's a baby boy that's coming into your life, and not necessarily you. It can be a family. It's hidden at the moment because the hermit is here, so it's a secret. Nobody really knows about this baby yet. But when the baby is announced, it's going to be a very special sort of child. And here is the lady that is going to be delivering that news. Somebody close to you. I don't think it's you at all, but I do feel as though you'll be surrounded by mums and babies. And you will be looking, I think, very lovingly at this child, this baby boy. So I'm going to ask you a very personal question, because Spirit always will bring this through. Alyssa, did you lose a child at all? Is there a soul in spirit that was a child to be born to you? Can you answer me that?
Yes, I did have an abortion.
Okay, all right. This is the blue that I've got around you, and the baby that seemed to be very, very much in the distance. Yeah, when I'm looking at spirit and looking at your uncle and trying to interpret what he's saying to me so that I can pass it on to you. He was talking about this baby, and I got the blue all around, so it was a baby boy, and that there will be another child. That's for you as well. Do you have children now? Because I've got 2 children here.
Yes, I have a daughter.
Okay, there's another child to come as well. Whether it's yours or whether you're looking after as a stepmother somebody else's boy, there will be a boy in your life as a family member. And when I was looking for this message from your uncle, that's where I saw the baby. And the baby was in a bubble, being protected and cared for with angels, as angel spirit and light all around. And you will be glad to know that. But this is something that was not your fault. You couldn't do anything about this situation. And this is a soul in spirit that will always look after you and protect you. And that's the way that it was meant to be. So there was no blame, there was no fault. But this is a soul that would not have survived, I don't think. I don't feel that there's been any other outcome in this scenario. So here we've got you as well. This is you holding money, holding opportunity, and finding yourself in a very different life to what you have felt before. So there's been a real turning point for you, and you've leapt over like a canyon, a great big canyon of expectation, and you've been the carrier. You've been the person that carries other people with you. So you've been a bit of a trailblazer. I think that's the right word, that you will continue to do that as well. You will continue to find a way for other people to allow themselves to follow you. So you are going to be bringing a lot of pleasure to other people in your life, and they will come to you, they will seek you out for some more understanding. Now, this is the opportunity that you have here. This is you, Alyssa, holding onto this great big pentacle here, and this is money. Money and opportunity give you the wisdom, the experience, and also the chances in life to share your dreams. So you must do that and hang on to that message from Carlo as well, because he'll stay with you. And your next relationship, which I think is coming in very, very soon, will bring a lot of cheer to you, and it will also bring a great deal of pleasure to your whole family. So there we are. I do wish you the best for 2024, Alyssa. It's an important year for you and a time of resolution. So I hope you've enjoyed your reading as well, Alyssa. And I shall speak to you again soon. Now, if anybody else, any of you out there wants to have a reading, a psychic reading, then you can have that in different ways. We can use different tools, candles and crystals and cards and natural clairvoyance and mediumship, which I've just displayed to you here, where I will connect to you. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. Because spirits are not in one place. So we don't have to be local and we don't have to be sitting next to each other to be able to make that connection. So I hope that you can contact me from wherever you are and perhaps have an email reading and seek out some of the other options that are available on my website, which is gracedestiny.com. So I'm Eleanor Grace. I'm wishing you all a very, very happy new year. We all want that abundance, don't we? We all want a year full of prosperity and opportunity for ourselves to be really happy. Take care of yourself this Christmas time and think about others who are perhaps not quite so fortunate as you may be. But in any event, Merry Christmas and have a wonderful new year. I'll see you next week. And that's bye from me, Eleanor.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Alignment Mentor with Angie Harris. Live from AngieHarris.org. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Alignment Mentor on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back, everyone. My name's Angie, and I'm your Soul Alignment Mentor, helping you to realign and connect with your highest self. And also, Merry Christmas to those of you who celebrated yesterday or will be celebrating this time of year at some point. I know there's probably some people that might still have a Christmas gathering coming up, or maybe you've already went ahead and had all those. But I want to give you a little bit of insight about what it might be like for your energetic system as you start to be around a lot of people. We as humans we're mostly energy. And so if we think of our actual body as an energetic field, and we think about how our body's mostly made of water, we can kind of correlate our water, the amount of water we have in our body, which is about 70%, to our energy. And so if we think about how water absorbs and it's flowing and it moves, and it kind of will either cleanse things or soak up like dirt in some ways, our energy field is like that. And so when we start to get around a lot of people, and we kind of especially family members that maybe we don't spend a lot of time with, or maybe we don't even get along with, we can kind of pull in some energetic things that are not aligned with our own energy field, our own highest self. And so being able to understand your energy on a way where you can notice when your energy feels off or when you're in alignment, and then coming back into the alignment of your energy, connecting with your most authentic self, your highest self, which would be your spirit self. And so if you're feeling a little off after you spend time with friends or family, and you're not sure why you feel that way, make sure you do a little bit of energy clearing, whether that is working with an energy healer, like a Reiki practitioner or Reiki master, or even working with an intuitive healer such as myself, where I can look into your energy field and see what might be blocking a chakra, what might be blocking you from getting goals that you want to achieve, or just something that you've pulled in energetically from the people around you that are making you feel a certain way. I know that for myself, sometimes when I get around certain people, I start to feel off. I start to feel like just unbalanced in my energy. And so I have to make sure that I am really coming back and clearing my energetic field, particularly my lower chakras. If you know anything about the chakra system, the root chakra and the sacral chakra are very connected to our family and that energy of the family. So those energy fields might need a little bit of extra attention when you come out of these settings with your family. Make sure you're also doing some heart work where you're realigning with the energy of love and opening yourself back up to receiving guidance from your intuition and the spirit, because sometimes we can get a little plugged up in that area as well, particularly if you get around family that you don't spend a lot of time with, or you don't have a lot of contact with, that might feel like you're crossing some of your own boundaries to make sure other people are feeling good. So remember, one, it's okay to say no if you really, truly are not feeling as if something isn't aligned with your highest self as you are trying to improve your life or reach a goal. And two, to keep your energy clear in those times where you do have to participate in something that might not be completely aligned with what you would like for your life. And so a lot of people that are spiritually minded have to keep this in mind when they get around other people that maybe aren't spiritually aligned with how they understand the world or understand themselves. So make sure that you take this time as we move out of this season to just rebalance your energy, realign it, and reconnect with your higher self. So I did want to take a call today to see if I could support anybody. And it looks like we have somebody from New York, and I am Ashante, I believe is how you say that. Ashante, are you there? Am I saying your name right?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm surprised. I'm not very good at saying names, so I apologize. Is there something in particular? Is there something in particular that you were calling in for, or were you wanting a general reading?
A general reading and more or less my health.
Your health?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am going to pull a card just to see if Spirit has anything particular they would like to speak with you. I'm kind of sensing that maybe you've been going back and forth to the doctor and there hasn't been a lot of answers for you. Is that correct?
Yes, it is definitely correct.
Okay. And I think it's been a little frustrating because you're like, when are they going to find out what's wrong with me and how am I going to get this solved? I'm getting kind of, is it something to do with your stomach or your lower stomach area? Or are you like, have you been having some like pain in that area?
I have.
Okay. So here's what's interesting that I'm getting coming through, and this is one of the reasons sometimes doctors are not able to pick up on things that are going on with our physical body, because energy that we hold on, I don't know if you were just listening to what I was saying about the clearing our energy. We pull in energy throughout our life based on our circumstances and the things we've gone through in our lifetime. And particularly, I'm hearing that maybe there had been some early childhood trauma maybe that you'd went through. And this energy, what happens is it comes into our energetic field. And when we haven't released that energy, it starts to manifest into physical symptoms. And then what also happens is doctors can't always pick that up until it starts to manifest fully into maybe a major sickness or illness. And I am sensing that maybe you do have a little bit of stuff going on with like maybe your reproductive organs in some way, but I'm sensing that this is kind of related to trauma in many ways. And so working with a healer that could help you to release this energy that is stored in your lower chakras might be beneficial for you. And also, I feel like there hasn't been a lot of support around you, that you haven't felt very supported. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Okay. It's almost like you felt very like you've had to do things on your own quite a bit. It's not safe to rely on other people. And in many ways, I can understand just from what I'm picking up in your energy that you've kind of had to like become this strong person and kind of make your own way in life. But
yeah, since I was young.
Okay. And I really sense that you're in a place where you're wanting to kind of figure out what you want to do with your, like, what is next for me. But all this stuff that's coming up for you, like with your health and all this, actually what I'm hearing Spirit say right now is that your spirit team is trying to reveal things in your energetic system that is wanting to be released so that you can align with the things that you desire. You've felt mostly stuck and very blocked. One, it's hard for you to accept and receive love because it hasn't always felt safe for you. And so that has kind of blocked that flow of energy of actual people that can support and love you from coming in. But it also sometimes will kind of block our manifestations, the things that we really do want to come in. And so we're like, what is wrong? What am I doing? What am I doing that's not right? So I'm hearing Spirit wanting to tell you, like, release just a little bit of the control that you are trying to have over things, and allow your intuition to guide you a little bit more, and get a little bit more in touch with that heart chakra where you are connecting with your own spirit and with your spirit team. And if you don't have like a deeper connection with your intuition, maybe you can meet with a healer or someone that could help you to understand how to listen to that intuition, because I am sensing that. Are you also, I just heard the Spirit say you're seeing numbers, like repeated numbers.
You said repeated what?
Have you been seeing any repeated numbers?
As far as what, like regular seeing it?
Like, are you seeing like a 222 or a 333 or I feel like there's some signs that are popping up around you, and you might be missing them, but your spirit team is trying to get your attention, is what I'm hearing. And it's for the purpose of like opening up and bringing you back into balance, because there's this you've been calling out a lot. You've been asking for help a lot. Like, where are you, God? Where are, help me figure this out. And I'm hearing your spirit team saying, we hear you calling out and we've been giving you signs, but sometimes like that you have a little bit of fear that keeps you from hearing the direction that you're supposed to take, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay, so your spirit wants, your higher self and your spirit team both want you to know that it is safe to, one, receive love from the people that are healthy to give it to you, but also, I don't know if you know how to do any of the chakra clearings. If you don't, I have a $12 mini course on my website. If you got on angieharris.org, you could get on there and get my mini chakra healing course. And I take you through every single chakra, and there's a sound healing for every one. And I particularly feel like even if you don't get that one, look up something on YouTube or something and start using healing frequencies for your root chakra and your sacral chakra, because I really sense there's a lot of energy blocks in this part of your body, and it's manifesting into illness and sickness, and it's causing a lot of frustration for you. But your spirit team is actually trying to reveal it because it's time for you to heal, is basically what I'm hearing for you. And if this is something you want to continue, you're always I'm offering holiday readings right now at a discount, and you're always welcome to book a longer session with me. Unfortunately, I can't stay on here for too much longer with you, but I do hope that was helpful to give you some direction on what might be going on with your energy field and why doctors aren't able to figure out what's going on.
Okay, yeah, it does. It gives me a lot of insight.
Okay. Well, I am sending you healing energy and love, and I hope that you had a great Christmas and continue to have a great week. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. I will see you all again next week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne. Live from RayleneByrne.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Medicine for Your Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Namaste, everyone. Merry Cosmos and Happy No Fear New Year. It's going to be a big one for everyone. So I've come on today. I'm in a very mischievous mood. As you can see, I've got my little elf Santa pants, whatever, jumping around. I woke up this morning and out on my decking here down in Australia on the summer solstice here. I know Northern Hemisphere is in their winter solstice. I saw a crow, 2 crows, being bamboozled by 2 willy wagtails, tiny little birds, and with the crows, or the ravens, you call them ravens in the Northern Hemisphere. And it was just so funny to watch the stubbornness of the crows and the willful, annoyance of the beautiful willy wagtails trying to scare the crows off. So that was the first thing I saw this morning. So it was quite beautiful to watch and funny. And then I went to the front part of my house and here was a massive, big green tree frog. It had just finished laying thousands of eggs in this big pot that I was about to redo for our season here. So I can't touch it because there's future green tree frogs in there. So we've got lots of creative energy around, lots of excitement, lots of momentum, lots of new things, new birth, new growth. This is what this season can be about, the festive season. Yes, family and connection, but also looking at where we've been, where we're going, how we want to be ourselves in what's coming up. So I have a caller, Joni from, I missed out where she was from, Texas? Iowa. Joni from Boone, Iowa. How can I help you, Joni? Hello. Merry Cosmos to you.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you also. So I was just wondering if there are any messages from my husband for me or my kids.
So your husband's passed?
Yeah, 6 months ago, this past Friday.
Okay. So I will pull a couple of cards for you. I don't normally work with the mediumship stuff. Mm-hmm. The reason is we can connect ourselves to that. So I think I will just give you some messages for you and your children from...
Okay, otherwise I would just do like a general type reading.
Yeah.
Okay.
You happy with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So let's see, coming into this next 2 weeks, so finishing off 2023, stepping into 2024. The first thing coming, before I've even pulled a card, the first thing coming through is tying up loose ends. Really important to tie up loose ends. And right now it is a really good time to start shedding, like a snake sheds its skin. When a snake sheds its skin, what it's doing, the new aspects of itself, the new skin is already in place. And as the snake sheds, the whole old skin comes off, even the lenses over its eyes. So it's a time of shedding for new beginnings, new visions, new ways forward, new sights, new inclusivity. So that's the first couple of things that popped in when I was just tuning in. So we've got Joni, general messages for Joni from beyond for these next couple of weeks for this season of goodwill, generosity, introspection, reflection, creativity. Okay, here we go. This is for Joni. First one I'm getting for you, Joni, is higher choices. So coming into these next few weeks, it's always taking the higher road. I want to say taking the higher road, higher choices, higher consciousness, higher awareness, higher intentions. So whatever it is, often we get, I'll put it this way, often we get trapped in a particular way of thinking and we don't pay attention enough to what we're actually thinking or what we're saying or what we're doing. And we go into this repeat cycle. For things to change, for things to open up, for things to be more expansive, more creative, more spacious, we need to choose something higher. So an example of that would be, this is just an example, I'm not saying this is where you're at. So a person could have a job and they're saying, oh, I'm really tired of this job. It's not challenging anymore. It pays my bills. I know what I'm getting week to week, but I suppose I'll just stay there. I should be grateful, but it really annoys me. That's sort of a thought that we would often have. And a higher thought would be, a higher choice thought would be, I've had this job, it's taught me a lot, I've met some really great people, I've learned some new skills, I've learned a lot about myself, and now I'm ready for the next growth spurt or the next expansion of myself. And I'm ready to explore what else is there. So I'm going to align with something better or something more or something that is ready for me. That is like a higher choice. So what we start to do is we lift our energy by the thoughts, amplifying our thoughts. We lift the energy, much higher caliber. So we start to direct more of what we want for our lives. So this is about really looking at what you want for yourself, your children, and starting to think about it in the ways that that's where what you're aligning to, what you're attuning to, where you want to be. That's the first thing. The next one coming up for you is passion. This is beautiful energy of Pele, the goddess of volcanoes. So this is the fire. It's all within you. I love this so much because the thing is, when we see a volcano erupt, what's coming out of it is something from deep within the earth. That magma is flowing up and out. So it's coming from deep within. So it feels like it's nearly, not quite, but it's nearly time for you to start looking at what is going to get you jumping again. What's the passion? Where are you going to put your energy, your creative force? We need to start tapping into a way to bring that up because it makes you feel better. I'm hearing it straight away. It makes you feel better. So it's nearly time to start looking at what is it for you that you would like to be doing that's going to get that internal fire going again and that joy de vivre, so to speak. So that's something to look at over the next couple of weeks. What you would like to start pulling into your life or engaging in that's going to elevate you and bring you joy and happiness. And I want to say, and I don't mean it in a way that you don't have a purpose, but more you expressing your purpose, you expressing you in ways that are joyful. That's sort of what I'm getting with that. The last one here for you is strength. Now, this is something that you probably gained a lot of, especially if you've been through this situation. I'm sorry to hear about that, about your partner. But strength, the light at the end of the tunnel. And this is a really beautiful message. The light at the end of the tunnel, you're coming through it. And yes, it's been tough, and yes, you've had to learn a lot, and yes, you've had to grow a lot, and yes, a lot's been placed on your shoulders. But who is the person that you've become because of it? You know, this is when we learn our true strength and our true abilities and our true capabilities, it really takes us into a different level of self-value, self-respect, and self-honouring. So strength is not something that's inherited. It's something that we earn. Strength is not something that's gifted to us. It's something that we have to methodically work through, and we start to reveal it. It exists within us. And if there's one thing that the whole planet has had the journey of in the last few years, that's the journey of inner strength. It's through resilience. All the crazy stuff that's gone on, we've had to pivot, we've had to shift direction, we've had to open our minds, we've had to find new ways. This is all part of strength. When we lose someone dear to us, close to us, a loved one, a person who's important to us, we have to draw on a lot of inner strength to carry on for those who are still there with us, our dependents, our children, our family members. So there's a lot of strength in you, and it means it's what it's going to do. It's going to carry you forward quite powerfully into 2024. And I feel like I really want to pull one more for you. The strength to keep your heart open. I knew there was something else. Look at this. The strength to keep your heart open. And you've probably given a lot of time to your children and your family and supporting them and being supported. Now it's time for you to start looking at what's for me now. And it's going to be okay. You've got the strength and you've got the open heart. It's time to open your heart up to yourself and to what else is being offered to you. So that's your message for the next few weeks. I hope that's helpful for you.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful. So that's your little message. So good luck with all of that. And yes, it will be a challenging festive season. This is the first one. So stay in the heart and know that beautiful, your partner, he lives on energetically with all the memories. He's in your children, in you, all the memories, all the energy around Christmas. It'll be a beautiful time to celebrate him as well.
Yeah, we've been struggling a little bit with all that stuff like that lately.
Beautiful. Know that his energy's there. So thank you for letting me do this for you. I hope it's supportive, and have a really beautiful embrace with everyone on this festive season, this Christmas time. Let them give to you and let yourself receive. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Bye. So, as I was saying before the call, it is a really important time to think about where we want to be in 2024. It's going to be a very expansive year for most of us. And as I said to this beautiful caller, Joni, we've all developed so much resilience over the last few years, and we've cultivated a lot of strength. And we're really going to have to move with that as we come into this new year, because it's going to be quite fast. There's going to be lots of change, big transformations everywhere. So being able to stay with the strength that we are, and as with Joni, staying with an open heart, being able to give and receive without barriers, without judgment, without conditions, is a really powerful place to be. It's a very strong place to be in ourselves. So from my humble heart and my soul of service, thank you for, sharing those few moments a week with me, those who tune in. Remember that you are the medicine for your spirit. You have it all. If you would like to connect with me, please come to my website, raylanebyrne.com. There's lots of stuff there. If you'd like to have any work with me, it's all there as well. So from my home and my heart to yours and your home and your heart, Merry Merry Cosmos. Happy Nofi and New Year, and I look forward to seeing you in 2024. Bye for now.
Listening to A1 A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your host, Sweet Bee. And we are going to talk astrology, and we are definitely going to do some readings today. And where do I begin with the astrology? Well, I'm going to start with Venus. Now, that she goddess, Venus, we often think of her as, goddess of love and affection. But in mythology, she also plays a role as a warrior, as a goddess of warrior. And she does take on the image of Diana and the sort of the goddess of war as well. And so Venus can be gentle or she can be fierce. And you're going to get a taste of both of that this week. So Venus opposes Uranus, and there's an opposition forming that today, tomorrow, boy, will we feel it with Mercury retrograde. We're going to be like, what's coming out of the blue, B? Because it's going to feel like weird communications, things from the past. You're not certain maybe the tone of a text. Maybe you're not certain the tone of an email, communications that come across where you're like, I'm surprised by that, or that felt surprising. And then Venus trines with Neptune, which gives us that illusion, that fall in love, that elusive romantic, I call it Love Actually. So if you ever saw the movie, that's the kind of vibe this week, is like Love Actually. And it's funny because it would feel very much like confusing relationships, things from the past. Some of them work out, some of them don't, only for good reason. And so all of these communications are sort of just popping up. And so if you've got travel plans, or if you've got social plans, party plans, if you're expecting people to come in, if you're expecting these things, let things roll with it. I hope you got insurance and cancellation policies, and let changes just roll. And so if you're like, well, they were supposed to bring meatballs, not turkey, that's okay. Have the darn meatballs, okay? Because this energy is going to be a bit confused, a bit elusive. It does finally move on after Christmas. And going into the new year, we finally get out of the retrograde. We also have direct Chiron that will go direct. We'll have Jupiter going direct. So we're gonna have Mercury going direct. So we're gonna have some finally some answers and things moving forward. So this might be the time not to plan too much. So let's talk about the energy for each zodiac sign for the week. We're going to start with Aries and the energy for the week. And again, any of these messages apply to your sun, rising, or moon. You can listen to all three for an added message in that. And if you're a cross watcher, you could listen in on whoever you're cross watching on. And so the message for Aries this week, this next 7 days, the message is embrace your flaws and love them. Aries are reworking themselves. They're falling in love with themselves again. I say, Aries, put a picture of yourself when you're about 14 on your phone and tell that kid in the phone that you love them every day. This is about really falling in love with yourself again. This is about embracing your flaws, admitting to them, just saying, yeah, this is how I am. Love me anyway, And so this is going to be some big energy for you this week, is taking up that space and not apologizing for who you are. And if you have to demand things that you feel like you deserve, that's okay too, Aries. You can do that too. Is really trying to say, hey, I'm okay and I'm allowed to and I can, and I need to take up space because it's important to me. So remember that, Aries, this week when with your family. Okay, and then Aries, we have Taurus. We've got our magical little Tauruses. And this Venus-Uranus opposition very much impacts you, especially with Jupiter. And so little things can become big things very quick, Taurus. Remember that. Don't get too stuck on something. Don't get too hard set on something. And you might find that maybe a person from your past that you were hoping for would pop up again, or someone from your past you're hoping for pop up again. They might be taken. It might be bad timing. You might learn that they're not coming around, that maybe they're not interested. And so the message for you, for Taurus, is you are so much more than your output. You don't have to give everything and do everything to be liked or accepted. Sometimes you can just say no, Taurus, and I feel like you could still be loved. And you might find that you're getting a no this week from someone that you're hoping to get a yes from. Let it roll off your back, okay? Don't hang on to it. Thank you, Tauruses, and lots of love there. And Geminis, ooh, our sassy little Geminis. Let's see what's going on for Geminis. We've got Sag energy across from you, all in your house of partners. And so there's going to be lots going on there for you, maybe bubbling up a few surprises with that Venus, Uranus, and that Neptune, Venus. Ooh, I love it for Gemini. If you can dream it, you can make it happen, Gemini, this week. If you can imagine it, dream it, hey, you're thinking of making the most wicked gingerbread house, or you're like, I know just the appetizer for the party. This is the week. Dream it, make it. Now, with that dream it energy, that's that Neptune Venus trine, and that's for you. Lots of Pisces energy, which is really good for you. But this is not the time to start acting on it. This is time to start planning for those dreams. Put the vision board out. Get your goal list. Start putting together things you're wanting to accomplish or you're wanting to happen, because I just feel like you're planting those seeds now for a fruition in 2024. Thank you, Geminis. Now we've got our little crabs, our little Cancerians. All right. Well, Cancerians, I got to hang on to your hats, because this next 6 weeks could be an interesting ride for you guys. You've got right now a Mercury retrograde in Capricorn. You've got Pluto transiting through the 29th degree of your sign, finales. Mercury going back over old conversations. Then you've got Mars joining this whole mix, adding fire energy to everything. You've got this full moon next week in Cancer in your house of partnerships. So it feels like things could come to a head with your partner. Maybe there's an impasse. Maybe you're like, that's it. We need to have a conversation. And so that's going to be going on for you guys and your house of partnership. And the message today, the oracle message today for Cancerian in the next 7 days is be receptive to whatever is being offered to you. Be receptive. Offers could fall short. Offers could be different than you imagine. Offers could pull you outside of your comfort zone there, little Cancerians. So keep that in mind for this next 7 days. And then we move to Leos, our spicy little Leos. Oh man, Leos, Aquarians, Scorpios, and Tauruses have all been going through those eclipses and feeling the heat and the pressure for their friends, their family, their partners, and they're just kind of sitting there as observers. And so the message for Leo, oh, I love this. Imposter syndrome is kind of universal. Don't stress about it. Leos, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Be yourself. Be your big-hearted, shiny, bold, big ego, big energy, big loving selves. This is a good time to not shrink. Don't be the shrinking violet to try to save grace with someone else. There could be offers that come to you that you need to keep hush, hush, that maybe somebody else was thinking they should have got, or maybe thinking they should be that person, but they might come to you and you'll be given some secret information to mull over for the next couple of weeks. And it could come up this next week. So remember that. And so let's keep going. We've got Leos, we've got Virgos. We have our little Virgo energy, and we've got, you can be your hardest critic or your own best friend. Choose this week, Virgo. And especially with all this Venus, Neptune, and Uranus energy, surprising criticism, surprising challenges from your lovers or friends. Maybe you don't feel supported in certain times you thought you would have been. And don't let people's words get to you. Don't let people's offhanded comments. Remember, Mercury's retrograde. It's foot and mouth disease. People can say things that they didn't really mean. And I feel like Virgos can take this really personally, right to their gut of things. And I feel like be your own best friend. Reject any negative commentary. Return it to sender. Don't accept it. Find a place where you feel like you can rest and hide away for this Christmas holiday. And I feel like you'll come out feeling a bit renewed, a bit revived, and feeling good about that, Virgo. Libra, we got Libra energy. We've got Chiron about to go direct in Aries. It's Wounded Healer, House of Partnerships. We've got lots of bold energy showing up in Aries over the next 2 months. But this next week, you'll get taste of this, Libra. People popping up. You might get annoyed. You might feel annoyed with people. You might feel like, oh my gosh, what's going on with people? You might want to hide away and work on your own projects. You might want to focus on your own beauty, your house, decorating, your clothes, surrounding yourself with gifts or luxuries. A little self-care goes a long way there, my lovely Libras. You have the ability to create wonderful things. Don't waste it. Don't waste it this week, Libra. Scorpios, we have a message for Scorpio. It says you have everything it takes to dig deep. Yeah, with all this energy, Scorpio, going on with Venus and Uranus, your House of Partnerships. You know, dig deep. This could be a bit of a solo time where you reflect on who you are, what you want relationships, and are they worthy of it? Is relationships worthy? Even if people come from your past, really question. Let's hope they come with an apology. Maybe they need to come with an apology before you let them back in your life, okay? Anyone, friends, family, lovers, anything like that. Remember, you deserve more. And if they're coming back for round 2 of this next few weeks, really reflect on if you want that energy back in or if you just want to fix it, let it go. All right, Sagittarians. And if you wouldn't be thinking it if it wasn't possible. Solving problems, Sagittarius. House problems, renovation problems, car problems, money problems. You're in solve mode. You're in I got to take care of business, solve my problems. Mercury's going to retrograde into your sign, giving you a second opportunity and a bit of a gazemi to allow you to come up with a solution you didn't with before. Come up with a new idea for an old problem. Be able to find some new solutions to some old issues. And then, thank you, Sagittarius. Then we got Capricorns. Wow, Caps, lots is going on for you guys. I don't know. I feel like this is the last sort of thrust before Pluto's finally out of your sign for a good few months anyway. And you've got Mars coming to your sign, power, energy, aggression, assertive. You've got Mercury retrograding. So use your words wisely, Capricorn. You could eat them later. Ooh, I love this. So your ego is not in charge. Your spirit is. Listen to that instead, Capricorn. Yeah, don't get reactionary. Don't get your back up about things. People could be kind of getting your back up. And I feel like be careful with your words. You could eat them later, especially when that Mercury comes back to your sign. All right, Aquarians. Message for Aquarians. To doubt is a spiritual act. Question, doubt, rebel. Question authority, question what you're being told. Don't just take face value what everyone's saying to you, Aquarians. Really come up with your own ideas, your own thoughts, your own decisions of what you're going to do. So this next week particularly, because I feel like people are going to try to feed you a bunch of bull BS. And you're going to be like, no way. No, you got to think for yourself. Don't go outside for answers. Find them within what your higher self is telling you, what your gut is telling you. Now, we've got Pisces energy, our 12th sign, Pisces. And this is this Venus energy amplified, trining you along with Neptune and Saturn, structures, restrictions. It's going to be like, boy, I want to party, but I can't. Boy, I want that new outfit, but I can't. Boy, I want to spend that money on something that's really pretty, but I can't. Boy, I want to escape, but I can't. So reality keeps kind of pushing you back in somewhere. They keep pushing you, pulling you back to some reality, which doesn't feel like much fun. And we don't need to compare our higher powers plan for us. We just need to allow it or comprehend it. We just need to allow it. Don't try to figure it all out. Try to allow allow for the bigger picture to unfold, because you guys, particularly with all this Neptune and Saturn energy, it feels murky. It feels like you got to watch for every detail. All right. Especially this next week. Don't let the details slip by you. Whew, well, that's the 12 zodiac for the week. And I feel like we have KC in Virginia Beach, I believe. KC, hello.
Hey, thank you so much.
Oh my gosh, I finally got to you. Now, we have a few minutes. So where would you like me to focus, Casey?
Okay, so for this past year or so, I've had a beautiful, spiritual, heart-centered, energetic connection with a man named Chris who lives in Australia. And in the last 3 months, everything has turned upside down through events that feel like they were out of his control and out of mine. Anyway, so my question is, my heart's sad right now because we can't communicate and share the way we used to. And I want to know if things will resolve for us, soon or when, or if we're meant to still be on a path of love and support and working together.
Okay. Do you mind sharing the day and month of your birthday?
Yeah, it's 10/1/1963.
Oh, Libra. And do you know your Australian lover's birthday?
I do, September 19th.
Okay, so we have Libra and Virgo energy. Now, let's go to your Virgo for a moment. The confusion, we've got Pisces in Virgo in their house of partnership. We've got Neptune and Saturn. So that Pisces energy, that elusive energy. We've got Venus that's oppositional to Uranus and then trining Neptune. I feel like maybe that Virgo might be doubting the amount of work it takes for this partnership to be real. They might be it's just taking too much energy, time. It's taking it's not going as fast as I'd like it to. It's not going in the direction I'd like it to. And so Virgos tend to clam right up. Where see Libras, once they're pursuing and they're in, they're like, let's follow this through to the end. Let's really explore and talk about and look at these, where Virgos really need that physical action, physical commitments, physical touch, all of those types of things. And I feel like because of the oppositions that have kind of happened, I'm not surprised over the last 3 months, because both those planets that I had mentioned were retrograde for those months, last few months, and just stationed went to.
Well, what happened was, can I just give you a quick update? So
sure.
He just announced that his partner is 4 months pregnant, but he was pursuing me and courting me all these last 3 months. So it seems like he didn't even know. So and that's why everything's off between us. I was never the one pursuing him romantically. I just wanted to be a friend and work with him and support each other, on a clean space, because he has a partner. He's the one that always was coming on to me for this romantic, fiery connection. But I was the one nurturing it with action, and he was the one kind of just expecting me to show up. So that's where I'm confused. I get he's frustrated because it has been a long time, but he's never reached out. He's never sent me messages. I don't feel like he's owning his part. We were nourishing each other deeply through Zoom classes and things like that. But, so basically he feels like I'm the one that dropped the ball.
So just to clarify, because I heard a lot there. So what I'm saying to you is this: he likes the physical connection. He's a Virgo. That's what he craves. So you having these supportive spiritual and conversation pieces are nice, but his expression is going to be the physical. So him having a partner who's now pregnant while he's pursuing relationships with you, tells me he's pursuing the physical relationship, not the spiritual or the intellectual. And that You come in that point because you're a Libra and you're all about serenity, harmonizing, creating peaceful souls. You want to build relationship through the spirit and the intellectual, but not Virgo. Virgos are physical. And with both of his house of partnership, like his house of partnership is Pisces, and with both of those planets retrograde and now going direct and slow as molasses in January, he'll still be around. Like he could still have this pregnant partner, and he's still going to reach out to you, even if you're like, no, this can't work because you're not available. He's still going to reach out to you because he's still craving, because you're able to create a sense of belonging, and people really get drawn to you for that. You're able to talk to them. You're able to pull them in some sort of relationally or understanding. You understand them. And so they automatically...
Yeah, no, he's seen me do my work and he was in awe of it. And I've always felt like we have a destiny to work together and create programs together. So, but it was a shock to him that his partner became pregnant. And I think she did because she knew that he wanted to leave. And so that's where I'm just confused. Are we meant to have a resolution to our connection? Or is he just choosing the path with her and I'm gone, out of sight, out of mind? I don't know what he's doing with all that love that he had in his heart for me.
I feel like he's still going to be around. He's still going to seek out your intellectual and spiritual connection because it's strong. It's strong.
It's very strong. It's
I'm not denying that. That's new for him. What I'm saying is that he needs that physical connection, and because you two might be in different places, like logistically, I don't know. I don't know that you're necessarily going to go to where he is or he's going to go to where you are. So I feel like it comes to an impasse, and I got to be honest, I feel like he's being kind of lazy in all of this. It's bugging me a little bit. He's being a bit lazy. Like he's waiting for you to figure it all out. That bothers me a bit because I feel like he has to be doing a bit of work about spiritually exactly what he wants because he gives you mixed messages. He's chasing you. He does this, it's that. I don't know. I feel like he actually has to be clearer. It's not in your court, it's in his. Thank you.
Right. He expects me to just show up all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
it's not.
But that's not cool. That's not cool. So I laid back. He has to approach me. He wants me in his life and he values who I am. He has to approach me. And he hasn't done that. And yet I feel like what you're saying, which I agree with, he's upset that it's taken so long. Well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he wants you to do the work.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's just it. I feel like he's upset that it's taken so long, but I don't feel like he's met me where I've met him.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't met you there. I feel like he needs, I'm going to stay with you to the end of my show because I only have 5 minutes left. So I'm going to spend them with you. Okay. Is that okay, Casey?
Bless you. Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it, girl.
It's just heavy on my heart. And I just want the good energy back between us. I don't even care that his wife's pregnant. I'm not put off by that. I've always felt like we just have this love for each other, and there's a lot of joy in supporting that and sharing our spiritual gifts in action to the world. And I don't know if that path is over now that he's chosen,
he didn't choose that. He said that to you. He said he didn't choose it. He said he didn't choose that. He said she wound up pregnant. Well, they had sex. Okay, so he did choose that part. But and sometimes people have babies at the worst times in the relationships, right? Because they see it as a way to add new energy, how to fix that. I feel like I bet you if you withdrew your spiritual protection for him and you withdrew your prayers for him, and you don't have to, you're not sending him anything negative, but if you consciously withdrew that energy that you send to him every day, he'd feel it right away. He'd be calling you in about 3 days. he'd feel it right away. So he's highly aware of it. You two have strong spiritual, intellectual, you have this chemistry in the spirit. I feel like you could work, do your things, these things together. He has some physical choices to make. And I'm going to tell you, with transits with Virgo, and all this energy in Pisces, that illusion he's creating right now, well, those planets were retrograde a few months ago, and now it's an illusion that's going to come back to haunt him. It's an illusion that he's created now with this baby coming, with his partner, that this is the, like, you're talking like there's a finale. I'm laughing because I'm like, there's no finale. There's no finale to this relationship. The reason being is because this is just part of his journey. Him with the partner and the child is not a forever thing. This is just a part of his journey, that this child is meant to come into the world. This child's really important in terms of him passing his gifts down. But in terms of the spiritual connection between the two of you, and will it come back around? Yes, it will. I feel like between now and 2027, Chiron, and I'm going to get to this part, Chiron will be leaving Aries. And it's important because that is in your house of partnership, Libra. And Chiron, I keep calling it Chiron because I'm Canadian. Chiron is what I guess the rest of the world says, is wounded healer. And here you are with the spiritual connection with them, healing them. They came to you a bit behind their soul journey. They were maybe a bit lagging behind, and you and your connection were able to pull them ahead very quickly, pull them into your timeline. I still feel like it's a strong connection. They have some life choices they need to make, but you right now, you can only observe. You can't, because right now you have this energy where partners that come into your life, romantic, business, however you operate with them, you're healing them. You're
right. I've always been a profound healer. Like, Spirit always has me show up in people's lives at critical points to help them stay on their, divine path. But then I always am left feeling like, okay, that's great. I'm happy to serve, but like, I would like something to work out where I'm not left brokenhearted. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That it's a lonely road. Service to Spirit and sharing God, Jehovah, Yahweh's love and light, and in service to Spirit does leave us sometimes feeling alone, because it is a very lone soul journey, because you see the light in other people. A lot of the relationships you've been getting into have been healing relationships. So I'm going to say, the work that you might need to do is to pull back the healing on the romantic partnerships, or ones that come into the romantic realm. And like I said, if you withdraw that healing energy, he'll feel it right away. And I just feel like
I am withdrawn. He's not getting my energy right now, because I'm just like, I can't be in that. Like, I can't answer that. Like, that's not healthy for me. I don't have judgment, and I miss him. Yeah. But
pull back that energy, because he's going to come around when he's in a place where he can reciprocate and give it back to you. That's what you're actually needing. I'm going to wind up my show. I've got about 10 seconds left. I'm going to say thank you to everyone. Thank you for joining me this week. We're going to see you next week for a full show of predictions for 2024 for each of the signs. Have a great week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is astrology and psychic reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. So we've started last show before Christmas. So with the planets on Christmas Day, it is looking there is a quite positive sort of tries that are coming up with the planets, which is quite positive. We do have a try with Mercury and Jupiter, so it's like luck with communication. We've also got a try with Venus and Neptune, which can be a bit of like a daydreamy, but again, it's a very positive things. We do have a couple of squares. So the main one that's really standing out to me is a square with Venus and Saturn that we have. And also there's one with Mercury with Neptune, which can be a little bit about deception as well. That's coming in. And it might be that people that tell lies or a lot of deception that, you could make you a bit frustrated as well. But we have a far more triangles and positive things here that we've got coming up for Christmas Day, which is quite good. We also have a full moon that is going to be in Cancer, which is happening at 11:33 a.m. That's my time here in Sydney, and that's happening on the 27th of the 12th, so a couple of days after Christmas. We'll be having that. And this here is going to bring, I feel like it's got a mixture of things, this full moon chart. So this has, we do have some tries, which is good with the moon. So we have a try with Saturn. So, emotion, I guess problems are coming up with our emotions we're going to feel okay about. We've also got a sextile with Jupiter. So it's like luck also with how we're feeling about things, and emotions is going to be quite good and positive on this day. There is a square to Neptune with the moon on this day. So that might bring about a little bit of deception, and it might affect emotionally with that. We also have with this full moon, we do have a try with Venus to do with Neptune as well, which is more smoothly. And we have a sextile with Jupiter and Saturn, which is going to bring about luck through problems. So any problems that come up, you're going to have the strength and the luck to sort of be able to push through them. But will still have that square with Venus and Saturn there. So problems may come up with relationships or in financial problems may come up, but we still have some tries. And I do feel like because we are looking at a moon in Cancer, it will be to do with like families and a family's emotions maybe sort of running high. There might be an aspect of healing or putting on a certain face and how you feel like people want you to act. It could be a sense of even hiding some emotions too, because the Cancer has that hard shell, so they do hide their emotions. So that also might be bringing up here with this full moon. I feel like that there is a sense of giving and receiving and like good spirits and spirits trying to be very high. I also feel like it's about a lot of wishing this week, like wishing and hoping and praying for good things. And I do look at like an olive branch of some sort that's coming in. So I feel like with things or tensions do get high, there'll be some sort of olive branch that you can make do and try and smooth out the situation. I feel like there's going to be a deeper understanding of stuff too that's going to come up this week for people too. And it could be also a wanting or a need to control things around you. But I do feel like there's going to be a lot of good things and healing. And I feel like things that have been not said properly or missed is going to be brought to the attention as well. We are looking at Mars try with the node this week, and that can bring sort of more focus on our life path and where we're going and the lessons that we're learning, and maybe that might more come to the forefront in where you're thinking to and where you're wanting that to go. So we've also got Chiron that's going to be moving direct on the 26th, 27th with this full moon too. So moving direct in Aries. So Chiron, we might feel that shift of that that planet starting to move forward may come into effect as well for us. So let's go to the caller. So we got here Kimberly, who's in Washington. Okay, Washington. Hello, Kimberly. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
So I just want to see what you have in store for me for maybe my love and my career.
Okay, love and career. Okay. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. By any chance, Kimberly, have you been feeling okay today, or have you been feeling a little bit unwell? Was there someone around you feeling like you unwell in the stomach?
No, I feel okay, I guess. Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. I'm just really feeling that and they're saying, yeah, so there might be something coming up. Just be careful. Maybe eating like certain turkey or certain meats. Okay, let's have a look here. Let's have a look for love, life, relationships here. I feel like you're knuckling down. There is a thing about control with the relationship, whether you're trying to control the outcome or the situation or the other person is. I also feel like there's also a sense of like braking or putting the brakes on or stopping. I feel like it's like you're in the driver's seat of a car. It's like a control too. I do feel like there's someone around you. I feel like there's someone is there someone around you? I feel like there is someone around you, like in the distance, or there's someone there.
There's people in the house, but I'm in the room by myself.
Okay. I'm talking about relationships, so like partner.
No, not really. There's just someone that I see from time to time, but not really, no.
Okay. All right. Well, that person there, I just see, as I said, I see someone in the background and I just see them sort of looking down. So I did feel like there was someone around you or coming in. There's something about a sense, I keep on getting control. So I feel like there's some sort of sense about a control or needing control. So I'm not sure that's you or that's another person. I do see love blossoming and coming up for you, but I feel like that's going to be more around April. I do feel like the person that you're seeing, I don't know if that's going to turn into more of I don't think that's going to be like a full-blown romance. It may, but I don't. There's one person who's a bit like cold when it's looking at it as a romantic thing. But I feel like it's kind of like there's a thing of like letting go as well. It's like you need to let go. That's what I feel like. But I do feel like there is relationships coming up around you too. I feel like the house is getting quite crowded. There's a thing about the house getting crowded as well there. And I don't think you're worried, but I do get a sense of worriness, but I don't think it may be you, but I kind of feel like it might be someone else that's kind of worried too. That's there.
Worried about, what are they worried about?
I just feel like it's about life. Do you have a daughter that lives with you?
Yeah.
Okay. I just feel like it's the female, like the daughter. Could be worried about just what's going on around her, or could be just a bit life. Like I feel like she's okay, but I just feel like back of her mind, there's just things back of her mind. I feel like she's trying to be confident. I feel like maybe there's a quirky vibe, like she's a funny person or quirky vibe with her. There's a sense of trying to be confident, but there's also like a sense of, I don't know, like a worry. I keep on getting like a worry but I feel like it's something to do with stuff's around her. And I feel like she tries very hard as well. I feel like she's still in school, like she's learning something, like she's still in school.
No.
She's not learning anything?
Study? She's learning things at her job, yeah.
Okay, because like this study, like, yeah. She's going to do really good. I just feel like she's going to do really well. Like she's going to do really good. I kind of feel like whatever the worry is, it's kind of over nothing. So I feel like she's going to be okay. She's just going to have I'm sure she's confident, but I just feel like she needs more the confidence in herself. She's going to do really, really well. And I just felt with you with relationships is going to also blossom, but I feel like more April is when things or the forefront's going to come up. And I do feel there's a lot of thankfulness that's coming up during this week for you as well. Let me just look at your finances and money that's coming in too. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, we all like money. Let's have a look with the job. What's coming up here for you? I have the deck out quickly. Okay, so I feel like with the finances, I feel like you can only go up from here. But that song, the only way is up. So I feel like there's a sense of there's only way to go is up. So I do feel like that to me is a positive thing. To me, that's to do with like more money. I do see her climbing a ladder. So I do feel like there could be a sense of with work climbing some sort of ladder, like going to a position that's higher than where you are now or wanting to go that way. But I feel like with that, though, there is a stuff for you to learn too. I feel like you're not really slowing down just yet. It's just about moving forward. And I even feel like in February where things are going to get like your workload, there's a work here and the workload stacking up around you. So I feel like you are going to get busy. But with that becomes like a bonus or something like cash handout or like bonus that you're going to get with that too as well. I feel like with you, got to stand your ground and be patient. There is also a new contract, like maybe that's February, there's a new contract coming in, but I do see a ladder with you. So I do feel like it's about something higher than what you're doing to now as well. There could be someone maybe even leaving for the job or where you work, but it's not a bad thing. But you need to stand your ground. It's about standing your ground there. And I do feel like it's about having a new contract as well, too. That's there as well.
Okay.
You might find love through work, potentially. Or you might end up really liking your work as well. This card to me is like love at first sight. And I put it down for the finances. So it could be like love for your work or you're liking your work more. But I do feel like there's no opportunities around you. Right now, I feel like you do your job. There's a sense of doing things well, but as also I'm over it or I'm bored and I need that next step or that next thing to keep me engaged and to keep me going to move forward too. As well with that. There's a sense of stuck. Yeah, there's a sense of stuck, but also moving forward. I don't know. There's a sense of it's something about waiting, but it's going to be waiting. It's worth the wait too. See. All right, I'll just leave it there, Kimberly. So Merry Christmas, and I hope you hope the reading you can take the reading and resonate with you. But thank you for calling in today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Merry Christmas.
Okay, you too. Merry Christmas. So everybody, if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties, same as my Facebook, Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram and TikTok is Lady D Psychic, and my YouTube is Lady D or Danielle Psychic. So Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope you have a wonderful Christmas day, and I'll see you same time, same place next year for our last show of the year. So hope you have a good one. So bye for now.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Baker. Live from mindbodynourish.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insight. I am Andrea Bacon. Thank you for being here today. So I hope everyone is doing really well. And, I just wanted to mention before we get started on the show that I will be offering a new reading for 2024. And that will be delivered to your inbox after the first of the month. And we can take a look at the first half of the year in career and wellness, and the second half of the year in relationships and self-development, and any overall theme and messages that come through and main advice. And that is going to be available for purchase starting tomorrow at stan.store/medium Andrea, which is ANDREA. And that you can take a look at that if you want, starting tomorrow. Okay. For this week, if you celebrate any of the holidays around this time of the year, the energies are feeling really positive, which is great. So the sun moves into Capricorn, and we have the solstice in the northern hemisphere, and we have Yule in the southern hemisphere. We have this, we have Yule in the northern hemisphere and Litha in the southern hemisphere. And the messages are just, if you've been waiting for something to come in, it is coming around the corner, and just take this time while you're waiting to do a reflection. There may be some energies that would be helpful for you to release, to let go of. There may have been some trickster energies from the past that have put you on this path of leveling up in order to take your power back, and it's actually helped you. And so just to let go of anything that you might be holding onto that those people may have projected onto you, because great things are coming in the future, and any financial constraints are going to improve. So those cycles are going to be ending, and there's a big new energy starting. So I'm going to go ahead and take a caller. We have Tully in Australia. Tara in Australia.
Correct.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay. So what would you like to talk about?
Just any advice you might have for me at this stage of my life, please.
Okay. Let's take a look and see what comes up. I don't know if you've been gardening, but I'm seeing like pink flowers. So you have a lot of help from the spirit, from your angels, your ancestors around you right now. They are guiding you. They're asking you to take some time, either just to simplify your life, either to declutter your home or to balance some activities out, balance some daily, schedule, and just take some time it just feels like this energy of slowing down not rushing into action at this time, and kind of waiting for things to click in, like some pieces of the puzzle to come in for you.
Okay.
And they're talking about doing morning affirmations. Like, a lot of it I'm picking up on has to do with your daily schedule. It's almost like this feeling of starting out your day, really gearing up for the day to make it as productive and high vibe as possible, so that your mindset is really good. And, for you to be like in this positive of a frame of mindset that you're able to do. Because it's this energy of like you're manifesting something. Does that make sense to you at all?
What was the last thing you just said? Sorry.
The last part I was talking about, I feel like there's something that you are wanting to happen, wanting to come in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I would like to make some money.
Okay. So I feel like they're talking about starting your day off in a really positive frame of mind, like possibly doing some affirmations.
Sure.
You are getting help from your spirit team. If you're just so you know that they are around you, helping you. They want you to really slow down a little bit here and not try to rush into action and not try to force things to happen. But to know that you're being helped, and just kind of simplify your life, like your flow of activities. Let me see, like balancing the flow of activities that you do, so that you are, taking time to tune in, taking time for yourself, and like connecting in with yourself, connecting in with your spirit team.
Do you mind if I ask who would be part of my spirit team? Would that be people that have passed, or is it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about like your spirit guides, basically, mostly your spirit guides and angels. But when we talk about our intuition and the guidance that we all are, can access, it comes from tuning in and having that strong connection, like with our spirit guides and angels. And then, and then like they're basically talking about reflecting on how what your guidance is telling you on a regular basis, so that you can take your guided action steps to bring in the money and the things.
So how do I access this guidance?
I'm sorry, access silence?
How do I access the guidance? Yeah. Spiritual guidance. How do I access that?
That can be done through, it's through meditation, but opening up your chakras. So like if you do some daily activities, starting with grounding your energy, I always, that's something that's important, so that we're not all up in our head and we're in our body and connected, just grounded. But if you do a meditation daily or pretty regularly, where you are tapping into your chakras, the main 7 chakras that we have, like the root chakra, the sacral, the solar plexus, heart, throat, third eye, and crown chakras. So If you go into each one of your energy centers and just spend like a minute or a few minutes if you have the time, you can release blocks and open those up. And we carry energies, and those energies get stored in there from past. It can be past traumas, things within relationships that we've held on to. Our feelings, our emotions get stuck in those energy centers, and we want to release that stuff as much as possible. And so when you go in and do like those visualizations for like the corresponding colors of each chakra, and you like basically ask your guides, ask your angels to go in with you to each energy center to remove any blocks, remove any energies in there that you don't need to be carrying around, and to visualize the colors that go with it and that the white light in it in each one of those energy centers. That is really going to open your energy up. It's going to help you be able to connect with your guides, and then you can ask questions of your guides that you want to know. Sit in silence. Don't force the answer. The answer may actually come later in the day or another day. It is like a muscle that you strengthen. And so don't worry about it if you're not getting anything. But it's just like the process.
And how will sorry to interrupt you, but how will I receive that answer? Mentally or
yes,
visually?
A lot of the well, I mean, honestly, it can be any of those, whichever clairs, like your clairvoyance through a picture in your mind or through like a knowing. Clairaudiently could be a sound that sounds like your voice, it would sound kind of like your own voice. And so, but a lot of times if you're busy during the day and something comes to you, like just out of the blue, that's definitely from spirit and your guidance. And especially when it comes to you just out of the blue, you weren't trying to get an answer, that's definitely also your spirit guides and angels giving you the answers that you need as well. So it can come through all the clairs, and you're opening up your clairs when you're going through your chakras like that, if you just kind of stick with it and do it as often as possible. But I hope that helps. That is actually going to do it for me for today. So thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye.
All right, you too. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Well, thank you so much for joining me. If you have any questions, you can always email me at andrea.bacon444@gmail.com. You can take a look at the readings that I have at stan.store/mediumandrea. And I have videos posted on TikTok at Mind Body Nourish. And you can always go in and check out my Facebook and Instagram pages as well at Medium Andrea. Have a great week. Thank you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeagerwalker. Julie Yeagerwalker, live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Your Time to Shine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show tonight. Thank you so much for being here. I hope this evening finds you well, whatever you are up to. And I hope that you are finding a little bit of holiday cheer in your day, your evenings, doing what it is that you love to do this time of year. We have Hanukkah coming up. I believe it's tomorrow. So starting out Hanukkah and just enjoying the celebration of friends and family, and however you take the season in, I hope it's wonderful. For me, I'm a little bit slow this year on getting my Christmas tree up. Usually I am the one that wants to have it up right after Thanksgiving and getting into the holiday spirit. And I've been just a little bit slow doing that this year. So hopefully this weekend I can get the interior decorated. Of course, my husband has the outside all decorated and has been excited about that. Usually that's just the opposite in our household. We do the interior first and then we worry about the lights on the exterior of the house. So doing it a little bit differently this year. Also, we've had, the full moon last week or so, and I think we're in Mercury retrograde again, lots going on in the cosmos, and it's been feeling just a little bit heavy. My sleep has been really interrupted with all of that, but the last day or so has just felt a little bit lighter, and even today a little bit lighter. And so I thought, I wonder what's going on. So I went to Deborah Silverman Astrology. I don't know if you know who she is, but if you don't know who she is, highly recommend you go check out her YouTube channel and check out her website. She is a magical astrologer, and I follow her. She's just wonderful. And there is just a little bit of lightness yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And I'm feeling that. I'm like, wow, what's going on? Because I just feel a little bit lighter. Things feel a little bit different. And so there's a lot more air and fire. And so when you combine those two, you get all kinds of fun and craziness and laughter. And so hopefully in tonight and tomorrow, you're going to be able to feel some of that silliness and the laughter and the lightness and take that all in, because it's so important, especially this time of year, to have a little bit of that lightness. Sometimes the holidays can come with some real heaviness for some. And so having this little bit is a real nice breath of fresh air. And so with that, I thought, maybe I should pick a card for everybody tonight. And so the card that I picked was Cupid. And Cupid, it's about not only loving others or having love in your life, but loving yourself, right? Taking care of you, loving yourself, and bringing in that love and that self-love, right? It's about honoring that piece of you and bringing in all of the goodness of that. So I just wanted to read just a bit what it said in the book. We send great waves of love into your heart and mind, awakening your love for life itself. Your clear decision to accept and enjoy romance has triggered this awakening. Allow yourself to spontaneously celebrate love in all its glorious aspects. And other meanings, surrounding yourself with romantic beauty, such as roses and candles. And I can say, for one, this time of year, I love lighting all the candles because, of course, it's a lot darker, a lot earlier, staying darker longer. And so I love the ambiance of having candles in the house and the way that the light reflects into the house. And so to me, that gives me that feeling of enjoyment, of love and beauty. And so whenever I can, I love having the candles lit. And so whatever that is for you, I hope that you take this opportunity to provide yourself just a little extra love and light and a little bit of fun and giggleness with the energies that are playing out in the cosmos right now. So I hope that you are enjoying your day and your evening, whatever you are doing, and that it brings you much joy and much love. All right. We are going to head to the phone lines, and we are going to take a caller. We've got Andrea in Staffordshire, England. Good evening, Andrea, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And you?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you. What can I do for you?
I just wanted to call if I could.
So are you just looking for a general reading, or are you looking for...
Yes, that'd be brilliant.
Just a general reading?
Would be brilliant.
Okay, perfect. Well, give me a minute here as I tune in. There'll be just a little bit of silence as I'm doing that, and then I will be right back with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Andrea, you have a lot of loved ones and guides on the other side, and they were all kind of stepping forward. One in particular, there was a gentleman coming through, and he's just wanting to just extend this really big hug to you, and let you know how much you are loved, how much. It's like he's saying, you just need this big hug right now. And he just wants to reach out and give that to you. He's also saying that, right now is a perfect time for you to shine your light bright. Even if maybe you don't feel like shining it, it's so important for you to do that right now because you're such a bright light. And you're such a help to others, and he's just wanting you to know that and to give you that clarity that what you're doing matters. Okay. It feels like there's been a lot that you've had on your shoulders. I feel like there's this weight sitting on top of my shoulders right now. And so it's even more important when you're going through a time like that, to know that you have support, that you have the support and the love and the guidance, not only from loved ones that have passed and your guides, but also the people that are around you. And so being able to lean on those people at this time to let them help you and give you the support that you're needing. Okay?
Thank you.
Does that make sense for you?
Yes, it does. It does. Thank you.
Okay. It also feels like there's been like this feeling of heaviness around you, almost this feeling of like, I'm not doing enough. I'm not maybe not giving enough. But this just feeling of not doing enough. And your guides are here to tell you, oh my gosh, you give 150%. And sometimes you just need to be able to take a breath and step back and say, you know what, I can't do any more. I can't give any more than what I'm doing right now. And be able to take a step back and be able to take that for yourself and give back to you.
Yeah, I understand.
Because they're saying if you don't do that, if you don't take a breath, take a step back and do something for you, whatever that looks like, right? It could be just taking a day off. It could be, if someone says, oh, can you help me with, and you say, you know what, not today. Maybe I could do it tomorrow. I could do it next week, right? But taking that break so you don't burn out. And that's what they're showing me. Like you're getting close to burnout. And they don't want you to get to that point.
Yeah.
Okay. And saying no.
Down.
Yeah, saying no is okay, right? It's not a bad thing. So many of us want to make it a bad thing, including myself. I have a hard time saying no, but I'm learning. Yeah, I'm learning more and more to say no. I have hit boundary. I have to take some time for me, right? And yeah, that's what they're asking you to do right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What they're saying is if you can take that step back and you can take that time for yourself and recharge yourself, you're going to be even more powerful, and not powerful in, in an egotistical way, but more powerful and able to assist others and help others in what you're doing. Yeah. And you'll be able to accomplish a lot more. And they said it's not going to take much for you to be able to take, to be able to recharge and then get back into the game. Because that's what makes you happy, right? Is staying in the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm hearing a song, the lyrics, "Please don't go." Are you doing some shifts and changes in your life, or are you contemplating leaving something or doing something, and someone is asking you not to go, not to leave? It feels like it could be around a job, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. So someone's trying very hard to get you to stay where you're at.
Yeah, I understand that.
So I think this is where the burnout, they're showing me this is where the burnout is coming from.
Yeah.
So they're saying if you can just if you can take some time off, it will help you get a clearer mind as far as what it is that you need to do. Okay. It's stepping away from that situation so that you can get back far enough, because right now you are so in it that you're having a hard time getting that larger view of things. It's what I call the eagle or the hawk's view, where you're sitting up in the tree and you're looking down and you can see everything. You can see the entire countryside, right? Rather than having the view of the mouse who's just trying to sift through the blades of grass, okay? So if you can get some time and step back from it, you'll get a lot bigger perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Okay.
Okay. They're not showing me whether you should stay, whether you should go. What they're saying right now, you need to sit with this and think about the options and look at it from the hawk's view, okay? Before you make any decisions.
I'll definitely do that.
Yeah. I just heard the words, no hasty decisions, okay? Make sure it's the ones that count, that if whatever your decision is, you can say, that was the right decision for me. Okay. That's going to be the most important thing.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that that they are wanting to show or to tell you. They're kind of stepping back right now. So I don't know do you have another question related to any of this?
No.
Okay. Okay. Because they're not really showing me anything.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, they're just kind of stepping back a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know. So unless you have another question, I'm not sure I have anything else for you.
No, that's brilliant. Thank you. Really appreciate you reading for me.
You're very welcome. Have a nice evening.
And you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Darlene in Ontario, Canada. Good evening, Darlene, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Good. What can I do for you this evening?
I would just like to know, just like a few things. I've had quite a lot going on lately.
Okay.
One of them being with one of my dogs I had passed recently, so it's been hard on me. I've had him for 10 years, and I just want to know, I don't know if you can give me any insight on that, or I would like to know if I have any changes coming up anytime soon.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
Okay. All right. I am so sorry about the passing of your fur baby. It's so hard when they go. We get so attached to them. We really do. So my heart goes out to you. Let me see what I can find out. I don't connect as easily to pets, but I might be able to talk to Spirit and find out information about your pet to see if there's anything that they can find out. Is there something specific that you're looking for about your pet?
I just want to know that he's not alone. Something like that.
Okay. All right.
My biggest thing was he was attached at the hip to me, so it's
yeah,
hard to think that he'd be alone. And
sure. Well, Darlene, let me take just a minute here and tap in, and then I will be right back with you. Okay. So there's just going to be a little moment of silence as I do this.
Sure, no problem.
Okay. Okay, Darlene. So Spirit is showing me your loving pet sitting there with a big smile on his face. It's funny because you said he's still attached. He was attached to you at the hip, and he's still there in spirit. He's still attached to you, still it's like he's so close to you that he literally is attached to your leg. It's like that's what they're showing me Like literally, he's still there in spirit. And, you know, he's very happy on the other side. He's doing well. What they're showing me is almost like, you know, when dogs put their head down and they kind of look at you with those big eyes and like, okay, and Mom, I know that you're hurting. I know that you're upset. And he's wanting you to know that he's good and he's happy and he's feeling so bad that you are hurting from his passing. And he just wants you to be happy, of course. And, you know, as humans, we have to grieve. And I'm not saying don't do that, but he's just wanting you to be happy and wanting you to know that he's right there by your side. And it's almost like he's doing circles around. He's almost like he's doing circles around you and around your feet. Was he one of those dogs that you kind of tripped over a little bit because he was always underfoot?
Yep. That would be him.
Yep. So he's just showing me he's just like around and around and around your feet. And then he stops and he's like really, really close to you. He's almost like leaning into you. So, you know that he's still
Is he
around.
alone or?
Oh, no. No, he's got family and loved ones on the other side. He's got some of your family members there, you know, like watching over him, and they're like standing right there. I see a man in almost like he's almost got like farming clothing on. He's like overalls or something, and he's standing there. The dog is sitting at his side, and he's like petting his head, and so he's most definitely with loved ones on the other side.
Okay. That's amazing. Do you see like any changes coming up for me?
Let me see what they say. What I'm feeling right now is that I just want to sit back and take a big sigh, almost like a sigh of relief, like, okay, that part's finally done. Like where you can just sit back and reflect and go, wow, okay, I got through that. Didn't think I would. So what they're showing me right now is it's a time right now of good reflection of what is it that during this time you can look back on and go, oh, well, I learned this. Oh, and I definitely learned this. It could be things like, looking at things from a different viewpoint is what they're showing me. Like how could you have looked at things differently? Or what was something that you thought, oh, I never thought it would turn out that particular way, right? Because there's always messages in the things that we go through. And sometimes until it's over and you're taking that big sigh of relief, you can't really see what it is that you were supposed to know, why things turned out the way they did. And so what they're showing me is like this is like a period for you to just go back and reflect on some of that stuff. You're probably not out of it yet. You're probably just on the cusp of like getting through that where you can take that big sigh of relief. But they're showing me that there are changes on the horizon for you. One of the big things that they're showing me is a shift in your job, or something within the job itself. Maybe not shifting jobs, but there's a shift with what maybe you might be doing within that job. It feels like there's something coming with that. And so being ready for that, being prepared for that.
it a
I don't see it as bad. I'm sorry?
Is it a good shift or?
It is. It feels like it's a very positive shift.
Okay.
Yeah, it feels like it's a very positive shift. They just keep saying, be ready for it, be ready for it. So I don't know if it's one of these things that you've been hemming and hawing around with something for a while. And it's like, when it comes around, it's going to be here fast and quick. And you may have to take action on it, right? So I think that's where that, be ready for it is coming from. There's also something coming around with relationships. So not only, this could be relationships with friends, right? There's some shifts coming around where some people may be maybe falling off from your friendship radar, or things may be shifting. And they're saying whatever happens or whatever comes through, just let it happen and know it's in your highest and best. Okay.
Okay.
And actually, Darlene, we're coming down to the last couple seconds of our show, so I'm going to have to wrap it up for this evening. But I want to thank you for calling in and hope it's been helpful for you.
Yes, it has. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Have a happy holiday.
You as well. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Well, that does it for me this evening, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please visit my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Reach out to me if you would love to have a personal one-on-one reading. I've got a couple more slots for December. You can also reach out to me for some gift certificates for those who are looking for a reading. Other than that, have a wonderful week, and I will see you again next Thursday.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. I'm your host, John Capello. We're delighted to have you as a listener or someone watching us on Moonstruck TV or Enlightening TV. We're delighted to be here. This is our last show for 2023, and if you've stuck with us, we appreciate it. You can watch other episodes of our program on Moonstruck TV on YouTube, and soon, you'll be able to see me in another format on my YouTube channel. We have a meetup called Beyond Metaphysics. Now, anybody can join, And you can join if you'd like. Just go to meetup.com. It's all free, and we have different content there. And so we don't do calls. We don't have people calling in for readings or anything, but we do have other kinds of content. So we'd be delighted if you'd like to join us live for that, or the next day we're going to put it on our YouTube channel. So we're going to be developing that a little bit. So this is our last program for the year, and we're excited to start the new year. I hope everyone had a very good Christmas. I know I did. Lots of food. I've gained weight, but that's just the way it is for the holidays. And so now my New Year's resolution is to lose that weight I gained. And so I'm going to have to try to do that. So you're probably like me in that you always overindulge one way or another. So I thought that today I would just do a little bit of reflecting of the year that I've been here on the AskOneRadioNetwork.com. And I just wanted to tell you, when I first started out in January of this year, I was a little bit of a refugee. Our house had flooded, and we were living in a temporary home, a corporate house, which was a total disaster. It was just terrible. Everything we could imagine to go wrong went wrong, and they wanted to move us, but it's not easy to move once you get into a place and you just don't know what the next place is going to be. So I just told them, I said, I think I'm just going to have a little bit of vodka and endure it. So that's what I did. And of course, then I got COVID, and I did the programs through COVID, but it was not that easy. So it was a difficult time, but we got through it. And so I have had a lot of topics on the program. And we have talked a little bit about my psychic journeys, psychic development classes, which we're going to be starting up here again. And then we're going to be doing our mediumship classes in 2024 as well. So we did that. We talked a lot about the different aspects of psychic ability. And so we're going to go to our caller here in just a moment. But if you would like to contact me for any reason, just contact me at john@johncapello.com. I'm sure we can work out some type of arrangement for you to get a reading. You can just go to my website to do that, though, if you like. And that's probably the easiest thing to do. So we have Amanda from, I believe, the United Kingdom calling in. Amanda, are you there?
Yep, I'm there. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Did you have a nice Christmas?
Yes, it wasn't too bad, thank you.
Was it too bad? Okay, that's good. Did you have any figgy pudding or anything?
Yes, we did. We had some Christmas pudding, that was nice.
Well, good. I had too much of those sort of things. So Amanda, you too, okay. So Amanda, is there anything going on in a relationship right now that you wanted to talk about, or is there another topic?
I think in relationships that's quite good for me at the moment. So okay. I don't know, anything generally really that could be picked up would be good.
Okay. Well, it looks like you are, you're kind of in reflective mode yourself. You're kind of thinking over things and trying to figure out what your next move is, what's going to happen in the new year. And it just feels like you're a rather methodical person. You're someone that doesn't like to make big decisions quickly. You're not an impulsive person. Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. So, but it does feel like you want to make some changes. And I don't see you necessarily changing your relationship, but I feel like you would like for it to be a little bit better, maybe some more communication in it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that does.
So it just feels like it's something that you might need to do with your partner, and you might need to sort a few things out. And it looks like you're trying to sort your money out as well. You're trying to figure out, what you can live with and what you can discard. So that's probably what you're going to be doing here in the next week or so before before this year ends and the next year starts, I do feel like you're going to have there's a breath of fresh air for the new year for you. I feel like you're ready for this year to end. Okay. Yeah. Now, have you had any problems like with a mother or a mother-in-law this year?
Yes.
Okay. Because it seems to me that these are problems that you're going to kind of deflect or maybe not deal with those people anymore or deal less with them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Now, I hate to say that because, they're family and it's something that, we all want our family. We want to be close to our family, but sometimes, it's that love-hate relationship that you have with them.
Yeah, definitely.
But it just seems like, I feel like you get along with most women, but there are some women that you just I don't know. It just seems like it's just like you scratch your head like, what did I say? What did I do here? So
yeah.
But in some ways, I think it's easier for you to get along with men. It just seems that you struggle a little bit with your relationships with some women. So, do you have any other questions? I hope I'm being on target for you.
Yeah, you are. No, that's really good. No, that's really, really good.
Well, good. Well, I feel like now I'm seeing. Do you have children, or do you want children, or grandchildren?
Yeah, I've got children.
You've got children, okay? Because it just seems like the children are you're just kind of evaluating each child and saying, well, this is best for this one, this is best for that one. I mean, it's like I said, I just feel like we're kind of in a reflective mode today. And, we always do that as parents. We always want what's best for each individual child. And so you might be reevaluating or making some new plans for each one of them. But I think next year is going to be a busy year for you. It's going to be a topsy-turvy year, especially here in the United States. But I feel like for you, you're going to have some things kind of settled for you, okay? And I feel like it's I don't know. You just have nice energy, and I just feel like you're someone very trustworthy and someone that has a positive outlook on life. And I think that whatever comes your way, you're going to be able to handle it.
Oh, thank you. That's lovely.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for calling today. I hope you had a Merry Christmas, and I hope you have a Happy New Year, okay?
Oh, and you too. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, bye. So before we go to our next caller, though, I want to tell you a little bit about next month. Now, next month, I've been thinking a lot about it, and I have a lot of traveling coming up. But I'm going to try to have several different psychics each week on the show, giving you their predictions. And I've already spoke to Joy Koff. She's our sponsor for the program, so naturally I'm going to make her first. And she said she'd do it, but I'm trying to confirm that with her. That'll be on January 2nd, so be sure to tune in. Joy's really good. I think you'll be impressed with her. She predicted COVID. She predicted the variants of COVID and everything. She really did a good job. And then I'm going to make myself last in January. I'm certain I'm going to do that. But I have some other people that I respect, and I want to see what they say. And I'm going to just go around the different areas that I travel and see if we can't get some good predictions from people. And so I hope you'll tune in and listen to what they have to say, because it's going to be fun. Okay. So we have several minutes left in the program, and so I'm going to go ahead and take our next caller, and I believe her name is Jean. Is that it? Jeannie in Manhattan. Okay. Hi, Jeannie. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. Fine. I'm doing well. Did you have a nice Christmas?
I did actually. Thank you.
That's good. That's good. So, Jeannie, I don't know. It just feels like you're a little bit of a worrier. Do you worry a lot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you worry about everybody in your family? I'm just hoping everybody's going to be okay. And I feel like you worry about resources or money a lot too. Is that right?
Yes, actually, yes.
Okay. Well, do you have a question? Do you have a question about any of those today? It just seems like you. I don't know. I think everybody in the family comes to you for advice, and I feel like in a way you're always shaking your head like, how did you get into this problem? does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I've kind of been the go-to person all my life.
You were trying to figure out what's moving forward in your life. Is that what you said?
Oh no, I said I've been the go-to person all my life. Like everyone comes to me for everything.
You carry one. I'm still having a difficult time hearing you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Let me turn my volume up a little bit, so if I can get that a little bit louder for you. So everyone comes to her for everything. Okay, that's what you said. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, it's just you're good at it. You know, it's your fault. Because it just seems like there's just a lot of wisdom around you, and it just seems that you are someone that is balanced, and that you have that wisdom that is like old soul energy. I can't tell you that that's going to change. You're just one of the matriarchs of your family, if not the matriarch of the family. And it's a very high position. And it's something that if you're concerned about, you might be talking to some other people to kind of groom them, you know, or talk to them about how you come to your conclusions and stuff. Because I just feel like you need to be a little bit unburdened from all of everybody else's problems. Okay, you don't smoke, do you?
No.
I'm seeing someone smoking around you. Do you have a mother or grandmother who used to smoke?
My mom used to smoke. Yes.
Okay, is she in spirit?
Yes.
Okay. Was she a chain smoker?
Pretty much. She smoked a lot. I don't know if it was like chain smoker, but she did smoke like probably a pack a day or something.
Well, that's a chain smoker. I think so.
Oh, okay.
Because she was also a worrier. She liked her coffee and her cigarettes, I think. So it just seems like she was somebody that I don't think you messed around with your mom. She was kind of a tough lady. And but I feel like in some ways you had to rescue her sometime too. Did you? Especially maybe near the end of her life. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Because you know, mother in her younger years might have gotten herself into a little bit of trouble with some of the things she said. She might have needed a little bit of a filter, which you have. You have a filter because you have seen what it does when you are not careful about some of the things that you say. And but mother also was a fighter too, and so you had to learn how to be a referee in your life, and that's why you're such a good person to come to with problems. What's your phone number? That's okay. But that's neither here nor there. But I'm just saying that this is something that I think that you have to kind of help people learn how to solve their own problems, you know, because they are certainly capable of it. And I think that, you know, you're the type of person that, like I say, you might scratch your head like, how in the world did they get themselves in that mess, you know? But they just need to learn on their own to you know, step aside or not get involved with the wrong people, and Now, do you have one person who's involved with drugs right now that you're worried about?
Yes. One in particular, yes.
Well, that's always difficult when someone is insistent upon being on drugs or using drugs, and because if they want to hurt themselves, it's very difficult to stop someone from hurting themselves. You can't spend all of your time, being a shepherd for someone that doesn't want to listen. So all that you can do is let them know what the consequences are, and unfortunately, if they don't heed your warning, they have to realize that those consequences can be very dire, and there's just nothing you can do about it. There's only so much we can do when someone will not listen. So that's a burden. And once you have told them and explained to them the consequences, then you're going to have to learn to let it go. And because unfortunately, you can't stop people from hurting themselves if that's what they choose to do. So I hope that's of some help to you, Jeannie. Good luck to you, and I hope you have a happy New Year. But you might have to learn to detach a little bit from some of these issues that other people have. Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Okay. So that's my words of wisdom today. Sometimes we have to detach from people when they will not listen to us, and they can't see the benefit of changing behavior which is not appropriate for them. And it causes me a great deal of concern for our country, because I see us going into a lot of difficult times that are really unnecessary. There's outrage where there may not need to be outrage, and there's no outrage when there should be. So, this is not an opinion show, it's a psychic show, but it doesn't feel right to me that we let so many things go by us and don't have the outrage that we should. And I guess that's my opinion, because certainly there are a lot of other people that don't share that opinion. We've talked a little bit about the Chinese balloon that went over the United States, and there was some outrage, but I don't see out-and-out outrage, and I don't see out-and-out outrage about the border or inflation, or I don't see it. I see outrage on silly things, and so we see these trends that are happening during this year, and so we're wondering next year, when decisions have to be made, if things are going to be worse or better. So as I'm trying to meditate and trying to make good decisions about what I feel is going to happen, it's difficult, because it's a real rub. It's a rub for me to figure out where my heart is and where my psychic ability is, and different things like that, because I can't. It's hard for me to get the two to come together, So I see so much greed and so much. Well, if I say this will help me, and I don't care what other people think. And so if we don't care what happens to other people, and only what happens to us, that just seems to be a short-term remedy, and we have to start thinking a little bit longer term. So we were talking about reflections of our 2023, and that's what you're going to be seeing a lot on the televisions and on the shows in the future, and a lot of these prognosticators are going to say, well, I don't have a crystal ball, but I do, and and I thought I know how to use it, but sometimes some of the things that you get with your psychic ability don't pan out to be correct, and so you have to realize that when we're looking at the future, it's not the future, it's only a future. And there's a lot of things that can change. And I was looking at some of the predictions I had made in 2020, and I just scratched my head. I said, how could I have said that? And but at the time, that's what came to me, and so that's what I said. But lots of forces didn't want those things to happen, and so they didn't. So this year, I know when I make predictions, I'm going to be a lot more careful, and I'm going to do the best that I can to make sure that those predictions are as methodical as I can make them. But I'm not done yet, and I want to hear what some other psychics have to say before I feel like anything's solid for me. And I look at the astrology of the United States, and I look at the astrology of some of these candidates, and I always look at Saturn. So that's my favorite planet, and it's the planet of loss. So it's also the planet of restructuring, and so we have to respect that planet. So, but the other planets have a say in it as well, and I'm going to look at those as well, and especially the personal planets. Planets like Jupiter. Jupiter, I think, is going to play a big role this year or next year, next week, and so we'll just have to see what happens there as well. So I don't want to focus too much on what's going to happen next year on the global scale or on the national scale just yet, but. I am making my own plans. I'm making plans to do a lot of traveling next year. I'm going to be following my circuit of around Texas and Oklahoma and Kansas, and I'm going to be pounding that pavement, so to speak. So if you're in the Texas area and you can come by one of the psychic fairs that I'm going to be at, I hope you'll come by, because I've found these new fairs in Fort Worth and Tyler and in Southlake, Texas, and I'm doing quite well there with those fairs, and I'm delighted that people are coming to see me, and it's been a lot of fun this year. But those are new. No, they were new in 2023. In 2024, it'll be time to develop those markets a little bit more. And of course, I'm always looking for new markets as well, and so I'd like to maybe expand, maybe even beyond Texas at times when the conditions are right. We have a lot of friends, or I have a lot of friends up in Missouri, in the St. Louis area, and in Chicago. And I'd like to maybe one of these days go up there and do spirit galleries or show some of my work up there. Those conditions haven't been right just yet, so I'm going to expand my work as it develops. And so it just takes some time. And also, I want to tell you that there's a few days left to sign up for my Psychic VIP program. So if you think that you're going to want more than one reading during the year, or you want to be able to give your code to other people for discounts on psychic readings, then sign up for the Psychic VIP program. It's not expensive. I have to charge something, but it's a good way to save a lot of money if you think you're going to want multiple readings in 1 year. Now, I've also wanted to tell you that my gift certificates this year have been a huge success, and I'm really pleased about that. And so it's the first year I've really offered them on my website, and so I'm delighted that so many people have decided to buy gift certificates this year. So that's also been good. And I want to tell you thank you for if you purchased one of my books during 2023. I won 6 awards this year, were the national, international awards, and so I'm real pleased about that. And my even my little Western has won an award for being a finalist in one of the best books of the United States for 2023. So I hope to be able to create some more books, probably not in 2024, but in 2025, I should have some other books out. And I hope that you'll buy some of the current books I have, and then maybe some of the new ones that I hope to have in 2025. So, this is a time, like I said in the very beginning, that time of reflection. It's also a time to make some new plans, to think ahead. Think of where you want to be this time next year, and maybe in 5 years, and then maybe in 10 years. And then this is a time to set some goals and, make those New Year's resolutions. I know we all want to lose weight. We all want to look better. And this is all I got, but I make the best of it. So we hope that you have a happy new year. And as we close our show for the year and for today, I want to thank you for joining me once again. It's always a pleasure to be on the Psychic Radio Network, and I hope that you'll join me next year. I want to thank our sponsors, Miracles of Joy, for being with me for so long. I look forward to having them as a sponsor next year if they'll stick with me. And just go to miraclesofjoy.net and use their promo code 0223, PS 0223, and get a 25% discount. They're opening a new store too in Bedford, Texas. So with that, I want to say once again, thank you. Thank everyone at the Psychic Radio Network for not throwing me off. And I look forward to seeing you and being with you next week here on the Psychic Radio Network. On the psychic side, this is where we try to dispel the skeptics. And so I'm glad that you can watch me give readings and watch the validation that people give to me when I give those readings. You can do it too, and I can teach you how. So with that, once again, thanks a lot. You have a great week, and I'll be here next Tuesday for the psychic side. So long. I'm John Capello. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic. I hope you had an absolutely fantastic Christmas wherever you are in this world of ours. Look, I know lots of people said that Santa sort of forgot to leave them the item that they wanted, like the sports car in the driveway. But look, it's not about the presents. It's about being with family, about being with friends, being alive and healthy and being thankful for everything that we've got in our lives. And I think that's the magic of Christmas, isn't it? And seeing the delight on the little children's faces and the anticipation of Santa coming and maybe bringing them a pony that they've asked for year after year, which is impractical when they live in an apartment building. But anyway, that's the magic of Christmas. So this week, I just want to sort of say to you that I hope you've had a fantastic time. And as we wrap up the year, that you really do look back on the year and say, I have achieved everything that I set out to do. Don't be disappointed with the things that you haven't been able to achieve. Maybe they weren't meant to be. And sometimes I think we set ourselves too high a bar to try and jump over as we sort of move through life. And sometimes when we just relax a little bit and enjoy what's around us and say, I'm thankful for what I've got, and I'm really pleased that I'm in this position that I'm in, that we then start to relax and more things start to flow to us. So this week's Simply Tarot card of the week is the Three of Wands. Now, the Three of Wands is an interesting card because it's the card that says it's travel overland, and it's also surveying your kingdom. Now, what I like about the Three of Wands is that we have the opportunity to stand still, take a breath, and just be for the moment. Just look and sort of enjoy the position we are in life, that we don't always have to have, you know, the latest car or the latest outfit or the best hairdo or whatever. We can just sometimes be grateful and satisfied that we're where we are, that, you know, we've worked long and hard to get to this point, and we should be just thankful that this is where we're meant to be, that this is the actual place that we're meant to be at this moment, and we're precisely where we're meant to be, and that's a good thing. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. So as we wind the year down, be thankful for where you are, be grateful that you've had the opportunity to survey your kingdom and to look at where you might be going and heading in the future, and be thankful that this is where you're meant to be, that you're precisely where you're meant to be, you're in the right job, you're in the right place, you're living in the right community, and that next year is going to be a bigger, more brighter, more positive year, if that's what you want. Or for many people, it may just be a continuation on of 2023 into 2024 because they are comfortable and happy and secure with what they've got. So whatever your dreams and aspirations are, take the time to stand still for a little bit and survey your own kingdom and say, I've done a really, really good job, and I'm pleased that I'm at this point in my life, and I'm ready to now sort of look towards the future and look towards my horizons moving forward as we enter into the new year of 2024. So I hope that helps you understand what that card particularly means. Now, this week on the astrological front, of course, in the last week, we've had a changing of the guard. The sun has moved out of Sagittarius, sadly, and you'll see the tears in my eyes, and it's moved into Capricorn. And it's only because I'm a Sagittarius. I love that time of the year. It means Christmas has been and gone, and we're sort of heading into the more serious side of things, the wrapping up of the end of the year and the starting of a new year. So the sun in Capricorn can quite often make people feel slightly depressed. It's sort of like we've had this sudden jolt out of partying, being happy, everything being exciting, everything moving forward to sort of bang, we're back into work, we're back into the reality, we're back into the bills, we're back into the serious side of life. And for some people that can be sort of like a slap in the face. I didn't really want to go there yet. I wasn't quite ready yet. But for most of us, we are ready to make that sort of transition and move forward as we know that life continues to progress on. So we've got the sun in Capricorn, so happy birthday to all the Capricorns. And I know there's plenty of Capricorns around the world, and I have loads of Capricorn friends, of course, but it is an exciting and interesting time of the year. So we've got the Mars, the planet of action, and the planet that gets us out of bed of a morning, the planet of drive and opportunity, is conjunct or holding hands Mercury. Now, Mercury is the planet of communication, and they're both sitting in Sagittarius at the moment. Now, all forms of communication, it's not just speaking, it's cell phones, it's emails, it's messages, it's anything that you, in any form that you find that you communicate. Now, this Mercury is going actually retrograde or backwards at the moment, will be for about another week and a half. So we need to be incredibly careful of any communication that we make at the moment. We need to make sure that we're very clear, we're very concise. It's not the time to pick a fight with somebody unless you know you've got your facts straight. I don't think any time is a good time to pick an argument with somebody, but it's the time that not to get on your high horse unless you can really back up what you're saying with actual proof. Don't sort of just go half-cocked and say, oh, I think I know, or I know about something, and you don't really know about it at all, because you will get yourself into trouble. So it's the time to be very careful that, there may be a little bit of holiday residue left over where, you've had a little bit too much to eat and drink over the holiday season, and all of a sudden somebody in the family says something that you take offence to, and you sort of jump to your own defences and start laying into them on a verbal front, that it could end up creating a disagreement or an argument that could go on for years. So it's the last thing that we want to see sort of happen at the moment. So it's not the time to have the deep and meaningful conversation if you can put it to one side. It is a time where a lot of people sort of really don't have their listening ears on, and they're really not listening to what you've got to say. So they're only half hearing what you're saying, and they're picking up on maybe the negative things or the strong comment that you're making, but not everything that was around it. So I think you need to be very, very careful of communication at the moment, that people don't misconstrue what you're saying. Now, going back to the Sun in Capricorn, the Sun in Capricorn is also opposing, which means it's at opposite ends of the zodiac, opposing the moon. Now, anytime we get a sun-moon opposition, which happens quite often, we find that sort of it's like our ego versus our emotions, and sometimes it can be a push-pull situation. So the sun's in Capricorn, the moon's in Cancer, where it feels very comfortable because it rules Cancer. So it's sort of like, we could be coasting along really nicely, and this applies to all the signs, on an emotional front, and then all of a sudden somebody comes along and tries to oppose your thoughts or your ambitions or your drive, or sort of questions what you're doing or why you're doing it. Haven't you thought about it this way or that way? And it's like, hang on a minute, this is my dream, this is my reality, and if I want to sit there and daydream or feel comfortable to just be for the moment, then let me be that. You don't always have to be in top gear all the time. And I think sometimes people sort of do these sort of things because they're not comfortable in their own life. So they look around to sort of disrupt somebody else's life because they can't stand seeing somebody happy, contented, happy to just sort of be. They have to come in and try and alter it or change it in some way. So just be aware of that transit for the next 24, 48 hours, that there could be a little bit of a push-pull situation where someone's trying to push something down your throat and you're sort of feeling on your intuitive level that it's not right for you. Look, don't get into an argument with them. Just sort of smile sweetly and say, look, I'll give that a bit of thought and let's move on, let's move forward here. So we also have the sun. The sun's making a lot of aspects this week out of Capricorn, which is making a trine or a flowing aspect to Jupiter. Now, Jupiter is the planet of expansion, opportunity, and luck. Now, it's sitting in Taurus. Now, this will mainly affect the earth signs, which is Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, but it also affects the opposite sign of Cancer. It flows over to the rest of the remaining 8 signs as well, but not to the same degree. So it's an opportunity there for all the earth signs and Cancer to really get out there and strut their stuff, that they have things are going to start to flow, opportunities are going to start to flow in. Their world could start to sort of really expand. So if you've been looking to change your job, or you've been looking to do something that's of an official sort of nature, whether it might be go and get a bank loan or whatever, now's the time to start the ball rolling. It may not necessarily be the time to have that conversation until Mercury, goes direct again, but you can certainly put the groundwork in. You can start to do the preparation. You can start to look at things in a way that you're getting yourself ready for the next major thing that you want to come into your life. It's also a golden time where we can really expand out of our horizons. Now, because it's Jupiter sitting in Taurus, now that governs the things of, yes, our own personal money, but more importantly, I think the things that are important to us, our value systems, the things that we stand for, the things that guide us in and out of our lives, the things that we want to be known for. It's really about the things that we value. And, money is one of the things that we value, but we also value the things that we stand for. So it may just be an expansion of that, but I think it's a golden opportunity for those particular 4 signs to really start to look to the future at what they can bring in the next few months for themselves, that there's opportunities on the rise. We have Pluto sitting in Capricorn. I've been going on about Pluto and Capricorn as long as I've been doing this show, and it's coming to an end. I mean, in the next few weeks, Pluto will move out of Capricorn permanently and won't be back there for another 224 years. So this is why it's so important to understand where Pluto is and what Pluto's doing, because it's so slow moving, it affects all the 12 signs. And with Pluto in the last degree of Capricorn, it means now Pluto's really going to push to try and get his message across in whatever way that it may be. Now, Capricorn rules things like big business, governments, anything official, anything that we can see that is an official situation. And Pluto also in Capricorn is ruling things like climate change. Now, it doesn't matter what part of the world you're in currently. I'm here in Australia on the Gold Coast. We are all feeling the effects of climate change. For us personally here on the coast, just in this last few days leading up to Christmas, we have had the most horrendous hail, thunderstorms, electrical storms. We've had storms that have been bordering along the lines of cyclones or typhoons or whatever part of the world that you're in, what you call them. And, you know, plenty of people to this, you know, at the moment as I'm speaking, around me that don't have power. I've just been one of the very fortunate ones. Maybe the universe decided that this show was more important than me being without power. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, we've had days and days of storms just coming out of nowhere. It's still predicted for the next couple of days. And it is directly attributed to climate change. You know, we were being warned not 6 weeks ago that we were going to go into such a drought that we had to conserve every drop of water. And they no sooner finished making that statement, and all of a sudden we've gone into these rolling storms. And, you know, I know there's many weather events around the world where there's been, you know, terrible floods and fires and things like that. And this is Pluto sort of trying to say, you've got to start to take this seriously. We can all take small steps to move, you know, to try and bring climate change into some sort of balance. You know, we can't just keep ignoring it. And that's just one of the roles of Pluto. Pluto is trying to bring governments around the world back into balance. It's trying to, you know, show us that we don't need to continue to fight like we're doing in Ukraine and in the Middle East, that, you know, we can resolve things in a different way without bloodshed. How long is it going to take man to understand this, that, you know, we can all have a difference of opinion, doesn't mean we need to go to war. So when Pluto moves into Aquarius, that's going to be very interesting and very exciting, and we'll talk about that in future shows. We're going to take our first caller, which is Lisa in Durham in North Carolina. Are you there, Lisa?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Lisa?
I just want to see if you see any kind of direction where my life is going, and if you think I'm my future.
Okay, Lisa. Well, that's a really good question at the end of the year as we're heading into the new year, at where your life's sort of going. The first thing that they're showing me, Lisa, is it's time to stop and breathe a little bit. I think your life has been so hectic over such a long period of time. They're asking you to just be for the moment, to just sort of stand still, just enjoy where you are. It's not a time where we've necessarily got to make any major decisions or try and leapfrog ourselves into the next situation. It's time to just be. And I know that might sound like a little bit of a cop-out, you know, stand still, smell the roses, drink, you know, smell the coffee or whatever. But it's really, really important that you need to regather your strength on every level, not just on a physical level, but on an emotional level. Would it be fair to say in this last 3 months of this year that you've been feeling tired?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's the reasons why. It's sort of the universe is asking you to sort of slow down, you know, like let's just, you know, if you can sit down and have a rest or watch a movie or read a book or something, please do so, and just let those batteries recharge. You are going to move into, again, a very busy period, and it won't be that far into the new year. I think by the early, you know, first couple of weeks of February, things have really ramped up again to, you know, frenetic pace again. And I just want to see you rest up until then. Were you planning or thinking about either making some changes to where you're living or moving home? Because they're showing me that as a really big question mark.
Yes, making changes to my home, yes.
Yeah, but they're saying to me, don't sort of act on it just yet. Like, you know, it's again one of those things that you've got a little bit of time up your sleeve that you can sit and contemplate and really make sure that the changes you're going to make are right, you know, that we're not just rushing into it because, oh, I need a new bathroom, well, let's get it done. Like, really give it a lot of serious thought and investigation before you sort of pull the trigger on something. That's the first part of the changes. The other part that I was seeing in a different sort of way is a little bit more complicated, in as much as it's like I'm not saying that all your friends are horrible, and I'm not saying all your family are either, but what I'm saying is there's a transition there away from certain people. It's like I'm no longer going to allow people to walk all over the top of me or try and dominate or control me or drag me into their dramas. It's like I want to pull back and conserve my energy for Lisa. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yes, I guess.
Yeah, and it's not so much that we've got to shut the door completely on all these people. It's about looking at the priorities. You know, if you've got Mary Lou's been your best friend for all your life and she's always been a drama queen and she always drags you into all her dramas, it's like time to just sort of pull back a little bit and let her take the lead in her own life. You know, you can still be there as a friend, but you don't have to be the number one person in her life. And that is important because I feel we need to keep the energy that you expend on other people for you, Lisa. And, you know, and there'll be some people that'll notice and there'll be a lot of people that won't even notice that you've pulled back, and that's a good thing too. Energy-wise, I think 2024, you're going to start to feel that you're bouncing again, that you've got your energy levels back again. I don't think you've necessarily been physically sick. I think you've just been exhausted because you've been too busy helping everybody else and trying to keep everything in your life afloat, that there hasn't been enough in the reserve tank to keep you sort of going. But 2024 is a very interesting year for you. It's going to be a year of great accomplishments, but it's not necessarily a year of massive change. You know, like I don't see you, I see some changes around the home, yeah, but I don't see you changing your job, changing relationships, changing everything. It's just sort of like it's fine-tuning things and getting to a point where you're going to look back at the end of 2024 and say, yeah, I'm really comfortable with the little tweaks that I made in my life, and it's made such a big difference. So I hope that's helped you, Lisa. We're going to talk with Kiki now in Chicago in Illinois. Are you there, Kiki?
Hi, I am here.
Hi, sweetie. How can I help you? Do you have a question? Oh, you're very welcome.
Yeah, my live-in boyfriend, it's his home, has broken up with me. And he is now going out with a woman who's been one of my best friends for 35 years. I'm uncomfortable with that, and I'd be moving from Arizona to North Carolina to kind of a spiritual community setting, and I was just wondering if you see anything about that and my finances.
Yeah, well, you've had a lot of changes, haven't you, Kiki? I mean, I think you're doing remarkably well to be able to put all this into some sort of perspective and not want to bang their heads together, for them being so deceitful and sort of doing the things that they did. I mean, you're a stronger woman than I am. I don't know that I'd be so forgiving and so broad-minded about it all. But anyway, that's obviously part of your journey. And, hats off to you because, you're handling it really, really well. As far as a move for you, I think that's really an important thing. I think it's important as much as because it's not just that you're going more into a spiritual sort of setting, it's you're going home. That's what it feels like to me. Like I'm being pulled there, and it's like when you get there, it's like this real sense of, oh, thank goodness I'm home now. Like I'm home on a soul level, not necessarily on a geographical level, and that's really important. It's interesting because I don't know that if your boyfriend hadn't done what he'd done, whether or not you would have necessarily looked around and made these decisions for yourself. It was something that was floating around in the back of your mind, but I don't know that there would have been the motivation or the push to do so. So in some strange ways, he's done you a favour, and that's good. So I know that you said that, moving there is going to be more spiritual, but I still see you living in the real world. I still see you holding a job and going to work and doing all those sort of things. I just think it's going to really open up your horizons. So when are you planning on doing this? Is it within the first couple of months of 2024?
Yes.
Because I don't know that it's going to come off in January. That's what it was sort of like, I want to get going, but it's like I'm on the starting blocks, and for some reason or other there keeps being a false start, and I can't sort of really leap forward till probably February, maybe even towards the end of February, but that's okay. It's all good. So I actually felt that you were going to sort of have a job to go to. Is that something that was part of the plan?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, because I can see a job to go to, and I actually felt that there was sort of like a temporary place to stay for a few days or a week, and then you move into something that's more suitable or more what you're looking for, that's closer to where you want to sort of set up your new life. I don't know that, if I can just focus on the ex-boyfriend for a minute, I don't think this wonderful romance that he thinks he's in with your friend is going to last. And maybe that's a little bit of poetic justice coming back. It's not.
Well, it is, because she is a grifter.
Right. Yeah, well, maybe it's their karma. Yeah, maybe it's their karma that both of them have got to experience. I think they're going to teach each other a few things. It's just, you will hear about it, and it's sort of like, oh, well, that doesn't surprise me. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have any emotion about it by then, but you sort of think, yeah, well, that doesn't surprise me. And it's like, it's like it's the final part of the chapter between you all. It's like when that news comes in from a friend of everybody that tells you what's happened, you just sort of, it's like it's that final page of the book, and you know then the karma that you all experienced and had to experience in this lifetime is now complete. It's interesting because I see your whole life opening up by going to North Carolina. It's like you're like a tight rosebud at the moment, and each day the petals start to loosen up a little bit and a little bit more and a little bit more until you go into full bloom. And you are actually going to attract new love. I think by the middle of next year, you're going to attract somebody into your life who will become your life partner. And you're going to look at them and say, wow, if I'd met you 2 years ago or even 12 months ago, I don't know that I would have been ready for the power of the love that you're going to feel and the direction your lives are going to take you together. It's like, wow, I don't think I would have been ready for that on any level, and that's a good thing. So, you know, the whole of your universe is about to open up. Finances are going to be fine. You know, I mean, you can still be spiritual and still allow finances into your life. There's nowhere that I've ever seen that says that you have to be broke to be spiritual. And, you know, and I don't agree with people that sort of look at it in that way. It's everything in balance. You know, we have a right to a good, substantial sort of life. And if you want to drive a flashy car and that's important to your soul, then that's fine. Where someone else might like to walk, that's fine too. There's no right or wrong in anything. As long as you're not doing anything to hurt anybody, I think, you know, the world, and particularly in a spiritual sense, wants us to be abundant in whatever it is that makes our life easier. And that's how you balance that out. You know, as long as you're not hurting anybody, there's no reason why you have to be broke to be spiritual. You can have loads of money. It's how you use it.
Yeah. Can I ask one more question?
Yes, very quickly.
Back in Arizona, there's 4 doggies that live with us. They're his dogs, but they've really become my dogs. And that makes me really sad to leave them. Will I be able to still come see them?
Yeah, you'll be able to come and see them, but it's interesting because the dogs will never forget you. So don't ever look at it in that sort of way. And they'll know you're coming before you even know yourself.
Good.
Yeah, and he'll say that. The dogs have been acting strange for 2 weeks now, and then I get your call and say you're coming for a visit. And the dogs just know. There's just such a soul connection there. So don't look at it. Look, the dogs will be happy. They'll be fine, but they'll always be tuned into you, so you don't need to worry about that. So anyway, Kiki, that's where we're going to leave it. You were my last caller for 2023, so have a happy new year.
Thanks, Amanda. You too.
I will, sweetie. It's always interesting that as the year starts to wrap up, the things that we saw that were important to us, or the things that we thought that were going to be important to us. And I don't know, many people sort of sit down and start writing their New Year's resolutions out, and, you know, and I'm going to stick to this, I'm going to do this, that and the other. I gave up writing New Year's resolutions a very, very long time ago. I try and look at it, it's an opportunity for a fresh start, that sort of, you know, whatever the year's going to bring is what it's going to bring. And I don't know that too many of us really ever really fulfill our so-called New Year's resolutions. Every year I sort of make a pact with myself that next year I'm going to learn to bring my life more into balance. I'm a bit of a workaholic. I think I've nearly managed that, you know, I learned this little trick off somebody, that you put things in your diary or in your planner, even things like having a sit down and watch a movie, you put that into your planner and it's like, oh, that's the next thing on the to-do list. And I found that that's worked really well for me. So whatever it is for you that you need to be sort of looking at, you know, we all need to be sort of looking at making making our lives a little bit more simplistic. And if it's the one thing that we learned out of COVID, that, you know, it didn't matter who you were or how much money you had or didn't have, we all went through the same experience. We all got locked up. We all had to sort of reorganise our lives and live in a different way. And hopefully now that we've still retained some of those lessons, some of those big learning curves that we learnt during that period, and that we can take them into 2024. And that, you know, next year can be everything that you want it to be. It's not always about the money in the bank or having the flashiest car in the driveway. It's about being the best person that you can be. And I know that that's something I've always strived to do, is to be the very, very best person that I can be and make sure that I leave enough time for me. As I said, I'm a workaholic, and I really did have to learn how to schedule downtime and not feeling guilty about having some little bit of downtime. So I want to leave you with a song for the remainder of this year. And I mean, look, I know lots of you are going to say, oh, yes, it's David Cassidy or it's John Farnham. Well, it's actually neither. It's one of the most beautiful songs that I think that was ever written, sung by a very, very powerful lady who's no longer with us. And I think it's one of the greatest songs that I ever heard. And the very first day I ever heard this song, I went out immediately and bought the album because I thought the words were so inspirational and we should all embrace them. And it's by Whitney Houston, and it's The Greatest Love of All. So Happy New Year, and we'll see you next week. Bye for now.
Network. Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
This is A1R, the Ask One Radio Network. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Medicine for Your Spirit with Raylene Byrne.